because I'm not seeing Casey on here either.
Okay, great. With that, so we're starting a little bit late at 8:06. The time being 8:06, I'm going to call this meeting to order. Mr. Nathan James from the State Board staff will review.
All right. Dolores Gresham.
Present.
Dr. Nathan Burns. Commissioner Chisholm Burns. I'm showing her as present.
You're present.
Okay. Commissioner Swift is present.
Present.
Commissioner Yolanda Jones.
Present.
Commissioner Dixon is absent. Commissioner Vaughn is present. Commissioner Rothermel hopefully will be with us shortly. Dr. Jones is present. He did check in. And Chairman Scott. Chairman, you have a quorum.
Thank you, Mr. James. Can you put your phone for us, or your music on, please? So thank you very much, Nathan. I appreciate it. And welcome, Vice Chairman Vaughn and Commission members. It's so great to see everyone's smiling faces. First, I'd like to, it's been a 2020 was crazy. 2021 has equally turned out to be a little bit nuts this year. But I do have to say thank you so much for all the work that each of you put into our first report that was published officially on Christmas Eve. A special thanks goes out to Nathan James and Commissioner Chisholm Burns. They put a lot of work into this first report, and I cannot tell you how much I appreciate the time and energy and the multitude of conversations that we all had and edits as well. So everyone fed into that report, and it's very much appreciated. There's a very short time frame to have that report submitted, so there's a lot of additional data I know that's floating around that we can all make use of as we continue to go down this journey. As a reminder, I'm sure we all have recognized this, but we identified a need to focus support for the most vulnerable students related to learning loss, well-being, technology gaps, and post-secondary and career preparedness. Today, we get to start a new phase of our journey, which is pretty exciting. We get to research ideas and innovations so we can advise and make recommendations on strategies to close the educational gaps in Tennessee and to modernize the state's education instruction from kindergarten through to career. As you may have noticed already, our champion of early childhood education, specifically third grade literacy, is not on our call today or on a Zoom or WebEx. Commissioner Coffey has resigned his post. He said in an email, and which I will quote to you, Governor Lee's special session on education was brilliant. It addressed our glaring faults in early academics, especially reading. We know the challenges of educators from basics to calculus and the arts. We still have failed in the earliest grades by misguided training in our colleges of education. They call it constructivism, which fails our most needy. Correcting that failure is certainly our great opportunity for true social justice. Roughly 80% of our underprivileged fail to learn to read and comprehend. We are about to lead the nation out of that tragedy. Perhaps the Education Recovery and Innovation Commission can encourage legislation to make education schools accountable for the effectiveness of their grads. That would be a first in the nation. David did provide Lieutenant Governor McNally, who had appointed David, a great alternative, who is Senator Dolores Gresham. Senator Gresham was at our first meeting, if you all recall, was quite inspirational in pulling together this commission. She also has led a life of service for our country. And I'm also told she's a cattle farmer, which is really good information to know. Dolores has served in senior leadership positions, has been a Marine officer, a representative. She's obviously a former senator as well. Her leadership positions have been a lot in education. With the Foundation for Excellence in Education, the Education Commission of the States, where she served as vice chair, in the Southern Legislative Conference, where she served as education chair as well as on the Southern Regional Educational Board. all of the largest reforms in education in the last 15 years came through her committee and the committee that she served on. Not to mention, she's also sponsored the legislation to create the commission that we all sit on today. And she did that just prior to retiring. Retirement clearly didn't suit her so much, so now she's back in the game. So welcome, Senator Gresham. We appreciate you joining our commission.
Thank you, Tara. The way you enumerated some of my jobs, it looks like I can't keep a job. But I'm delighted to be here, and was very humbled by David Coffey's suggestion that I try to take his place, which obviously can never be done with David Coffey. So I'm very humbled and privileged to be here. Thank you so much for your welcome.
Well, thank you. Welcome. So we have a packed learning agenda today, so let's get started. First, some housekeeping. As a reminder, if you are speaking, please remember to first identify yourself for the record. This will be especially important if and when we make motions or seconds, though also valuable during comments, as this is a recorded session. I would also request, as noted before, that if you're not talking, please mute your phones or your computers, though we'd love to see your faces if you can keep yourselves on video. So with that, I would like to ask Nathan to read our statement of necessity.
Trying to keep us legal here, Madam Chair. So a statement of necessity is required under the law anytime we have an electronic meeting. This is to Robert Green, Director of Publications Division, Office of the Secretary of State. Dear Mr. Green, pursuant to state law, the Tennessee Education Recovery Innovation Commission, by and through the State Board of Education, hereby submits its letter of determination of necessity for its committee meeting held via teleconference at 8 a.m. Central Standard Time on the 12th of February, 2021. Pursuant to Tennessee Code, the Tennessee Education Recovery and Innovation Commission must meet quarterly in order to meet a statutorily required obligation of meeting and accrue statutorily required reports on time. The commission scheduled a meeting for this time. Because of the pandemic and because members of the commission reside across the state, it was determined that physical quorum of the members could not be assembled in Nashville for the purposes of this meeting. As such, the commission met via teleconference at this time to continue its work, et cetera, et cetera.
Thank you. So pursuant to Section 6 of our Commission Meetings Policy, all rules must receive 2 readings. I recognize Nathan to walk us through the process of the open meetings rule.
Okay. This is our one formal action that we need to take today before we get into, and if you could give me presenter privileges, or you can just look at the rules of the Tennessee Commission on Education Recovery and Innovation. There has been no change in these rules since you all voted on them last time. There was a public hearing where anyone could come and contest or make suggestions about changes. But frankly, these open records rules are identical to most any other organization that is of the same size or attached to the State Board of Education. So with no changes from the first reading, I'm happy to answer any questions, and beyond that, the appropriate motion, I would think if members are satisfied, is to move the rules, that the rules be adopted on second reading.
I would like to make that motion that the rules be adopted on second reading.
I'll second.
This is Marie Chisholm-Burns made the motion.
Okay. And who seconded?
Frank.
Welcome, thanks. Okay. With that, Madam Chair, it's up to you, and I'll be ready to call the roll when you are.
Okay. Well, pursuant then to Section 6 of our Commission Meetings Policy, our workshops will be held in the commission as a committee of the whole in accordance with that section.
Madam, we've got to take the vote on the rule first.
Oh, well then, would you mind taking a vote for us, please, Nathan?
Happy to do that. Dolores Gresham.
Aye.
Commissioner Chisholm-Burns.
Aye.
Commissioner Swift.
Aye.
Commissioner Yolanda Jones.
Aye.
Commissioner Todd Dixon is absent. Commissioner Vaughn.
Aye.
Commissioner Rothermel.
Aye.
Commissioner Jones. Christopher. And Madam Chairman.
Aye.
Okay, good. You have 8 ayes, and the motion is approved. And now we're ready to move into the more interesting section.
Excellent. Well, I'll go back to what I was saying. Pursuant to Section 6 of our Commission meeting policy, our workshops are meetings of the Commission as a committee of the whole. In accordance with that section, I will move to dissolve the Commission into a committee of the whole for the purpose of our workshop. Is there a second?
Marie Susan Burns, second.
Thank you. Mr. James, will you please do the roll call?
Commissioner Gresham. Commissioner Gresham.
Aye.
Commissioner Chisholm Burns.
Here.
Commissioner Chisholm Burns votes aye or nay?
Aye.
Commissioner Swift. Commissioner Swift. Commissioner Yolanda Jones.
Aye.
Commissioner Dixon is absent. Commissioner Vaughn.
Aye.
Commissioner Rothermere.
Aye.
Commissioner Christopher Jones.
Aye.
And Madam Chairman.
Aye.
7 ayes. Good.
Thank you, Nathan. So with that, so we're going to move into the Commission workshop. And I'm going to recognize Nathan to walk us through building perspective.
Just wanted to take a couple moments at this point in time to remind the commissioners that this is kind of the pivot point. At this point in time, we're moving away from the initial work of the commission, which culminated in the report that was due prior to the first of the year. And now is the time that, from conversations with each of you that we've had over time, that I think each of you are very excited about. And that is, this is the point where we get to begin thinking about how you can reimagine education, how you can look for innovations that are student-centered, but also, are things that are doable and possible. We have an extraordinary group of folks on this commission. We have business, and we have classroom K-12. We've got a director of schools who is charged with making this system work on a day-to-day basis. We've got the legislative perspective. We've got higher ed and the colleges of applied technology. It's a tremendous cross-section. But I'll tell you what, in conversations with colleagues and folks from around the country, while other states have come to something similar to what we're doing, none of them have the broad charge that this commission has, and that is to think about innovations in education that would work. Every perspective is valuable, and I just wanted to take 30 seconds or a minute to say it's time to pivot from the report that we did to the aspirational part of our work. How could it be? How could we rethink it? And how can it best work? Because we've got some awesome minds around the table here virtually. With that, I hope that's sufficient. Any thoughts? I certainly didn't want that to be so much a monologue. It's just kind of a general movement in the right way before we go to Glenn and Lou on our visioning process.
Nathan, I really appreciate those comments. It's always nice to be kind of setting a new direction when you're starting something. in addition to having innovative thoughts, and I mentioned this in the survey that went out, I would really love for this commission to get to hear best practices from other areas, and I think other states may be a useful place to glean some of that information. Earlier this morning before the commission started, Tara was telling me about a really interesting program in San Diego. There are other states that perform very well in education, and I think that may have something to offer Tennessee as well. And then I have to say, one of the things that's been so important for our hospital here is that whenever we have a new program, we go right to the boots on the ground. If we want to do something with environmental services, we involve the environmental service people. So similarly with nursing programs or housekeeping or whatever it may be. So I think getting some of our teachers both in the urban and rural areas to come and talk to us and tell us about some of the challenges they face may be very impactful as well. But I appreciate your comments and thank you for helping us start off in the right direction.
Definitely, and those comments are not lost. We'll have Dale Lynch with Ross joining us later today. When we get into the special session overview, and he represents the state's superintendents of the local districts. So. And I'm quite satisfied, Madam Chair. If no one else has anything to say, for you to take it back over and recognize Commissioner Swift. I would also remind members that the entire reason we go into a committee of the whole like this is so that conversation can be free-flowing. So that's not something we've gotten to do. It's just something we talked about.
Nathan, this is Joey Vaughn, and I appreciate those words from Dr. Jones there. I think it is vital that we listen to those people that have their feet on the ground working, whether they be in classrooms, whether it's in our colleges, our prep programs. But we have people that are doing good things. That doesn't mean that we can't improve on everything we do every day. But I do think it's important that we hear from the practitioners out there that are living this every day. So I appreciate that perspective very much.
Any other comments, questions, thoughts? I echo Nathan's sentiment regarding to building perspective. As I mentioned earlier in the intro, this is a really great opportunity for all of us. And I've spoken with many people across the country. According to what I'm hearing, there's no other state that is going down this pathway with a diverse group from a perspective standpoint. And it gives us a real opportunity to think differently and to pull in these innovations and to do what's best for the students and educators of Tennessee. With that, since our very first meeting, Glenn, and I think many of the rest of you have mentioned this desire to be very clear on what our vision is over the next year and a half, almost a year and a half, until June of 2022. So I would recognize Commissioner Swift to walk us through a vision process for all of us to discuss and come to terms with.
Madam Chair, thank you very much. Appreciate you asking me to do this. I must confess this rules that we operate in up till now have been different from me. I'm always used to collaboration, so I'm learning. I'm very sensitive about even sending anything out. But now today we can share. And be assured, everybody, you're going to see in here that we are closely aligned with the feet on the ground, the people. We're focusing on the student. And so what I did over the last couple of months was just kind of on my own do research, look at other vision statements. And then I was blessed when Nathan said, we have a guy close by, Lou Henneman, that has an expert in all this. And so Lou and I have been collaborating. So Lou, I want to publicly acknowledge, thank you for all your great insights here. We look at this as an opportunity to engage our hearts as well as our minds as we co-dream a future for education to careers in Tennessee. So, we're going to share with you what we came up with, best practices, put in words, how that would look like. You should have now in front of you there kind of our thoughts that we want to share today, knowing full well, based on all of your bios and things you've done, you're have had lots of experience in visioning. We're trying to craft the direction we want to go. This is not about the how we're going to get there. This is kind of like, yes, we are going to put a person on the moon, and we're going to shoot for the moon. So we'll come to how later when we go look at our initiatives. So that's what we've got. We welcome your input, welcome your ideas. You should have the one-pager that Lou and I crafted. Has everybody got that on the screen? Okay, assuming they do. What a vision could look like for us would be every Tennessean will have access to the educational experiences necessary to prepare for their career aspiration. So it really begins with an aspiration, and there's a lot of work for us to do later in helping people with their aspiration. How do they put that together? But we're talking about every Tennessean. When I started on this, I thought about every student. Lou observed, really let's focus on every Tennessean. We're going to try to help them get in touch with their aspiration and go from there. So I think that gets to the point of who the boots on the street. So if you look at down under that, we took and looked at best practices about visioning, and we focused that on hours. So if you look at those, student-centric, provides direction, offers a long-term perspective. It's a guidepost for actions. It's not versus a time-bound mission. We don't put a time-bound in there. This is where we're shooting. Gives purpose and reason for education. Why are we focusing on education? Why? We're helping people achieve their aspirations. So yes, I heard already a couple of times, we're reimagining our K through 12 education journey. We want to connect people's dreams, their well-being, and their skills with careers. So I know, Tara, when we first talked about joining this committee, that's what was most exciting to me, is we're going to take it all the way up through and put purpose around gainfully engage people in their career, where they want to go with this. We want to touch the basic inspiration that human emotions of all Tennessee citizens. We need to be, our statement needs to be short, concise, and simple, and most importantly, easily repeated. So each of us should be able to repeat this. My corporate days, anytime we did any visioning efforts, we always went through, can people really recite as you walk out in the halls? Can they tell you what we're doing? You know, where are we going in this business here? I'm sure that's close to all of your hearts. We need to be able to articulate our beliefs, our values, and our actions. Importantly, we need to recognize this is an end state, which is not yet reality. So we're not here today. And so we will inspire to make this vision a reality. And then lastly, focus our vision within the initiatives of learning loss, well-being, career education, and technology. So that's kind of how I'll ask Lou to say a few words. That's kind of how we started. I did attach also some visions of other companies if you're interested in that. But basically, this is the major item. So, Lou, comments you might have?
Just very few comments, most of which center around, I did very little in any of this. So Glenn was, definitely out front on this. I think he mentioned that the Tennesseans is maybe a more apt term than students, and I think that's right. I think a lot of what we've learned in the last 5 to 10 years is that, the K to J or K to gray, as even it's becoming nowadays, is really an appropriate way to look at education. That the on and off ramps for students coming in and out of educational opportunities really belongs as a part of what this group is all about. And I think Glenn, for the most part, has captured that very well. So kudos all around.
Now, if you look, there's some vision examples that we put in there. I call your attention to LinkedIn. I know we're all familiar with LinkedIn. I remember I was at UT at the time teaching entrepreneurship, and LinkedIn started. Everybody had the vision that was really just a social media platform for business. It was the Facebook of business. that wasn't at all what the founders had in mind. They wanted to monetize this opportunity for careers and people, so what you're seeing today. So I think we just right up front point out why we're doing this is that our citizens will be better off, our state will benefit, and it's really around helping people through education achieve their aspirations. Open up now, comments, questions. Lou's already pointed out a lot of this is men, so anything you want to throw eggs at me is be fine.
That was not my intent, sir.
I'm used to it.
Mr. Swift, this is Joey Vaughn, and I appreciate the work here. I'm a big fan of Simon Sinek, and he talks about why, and I think this explains our why. Why are we doing what we are charged to do? So I appreciate the work. I think it's I think it states our purpose well.
Thank you very much. Yeah, Elizabeth, if you could go back to that other page, we'll do the best practice. There we go. Please, folks. I don't know what the process is now, Madam Chair. What do we need to do other than just have dialogue? I guess we don't. This is not a call to adopt this as our vision, I don't think. But whatever y'all want to do, I'll be glad to be helpful.
I think that getting the feedback from the commission members is probably the first step. And if we are all in agreement, we can adopt. If not, we can go back to and revise as necessary. Just open it up for comments, ideas, suggestions, thoughts.
Well, I'm going to echo what Joey said. I really appreciate you two putting some effort into this. And I really like the sentiment. And I don't, just having seen this for 2 minutes, it's hubris of me to even start to change it. But the only thing that kind of caught my eye was the length of the statement, Glenn. And you started out by saying you wanted us to be able to repeat it easily.
Right.
And so I wondered if a shorter statement, something like every Tennessean would have the educational experience necessary for their life, something like that. I appreciate the emphasis on career aspirations, but I think sometimes we forget that we're also citizens and mothers or people stay home and take care of the family. So it may not fall into kind of a traditional career sense, and that's why I wonder about just tweaking the career aspiration a little bit. And then the term access to means that it's available, but I think part of our charge may be also not just to give students access, but actually kind of take them to it. Sometimes we're going to have to take these horses to the water. So that's why when I read it, I very much like the sentiment, and I would have made those 2 tweaks. Having said that, if others disagree, it's excellent as written.
I might add, I didn't hear, but I would encourage each of you to take a few moments and just do your Google search yourself of visioning education in Tennessee, and you'll see a wide variety of different vision statements in there. It ranges from, we will set all students on a path for success. All Tennessee students will have access to high-quality education no matter where they live. Tennessee must set a new path for education professional to be the top state and to become and remain a teacher and leader. So, I think we have a unique opportunity here, Madam Chair, to craft, given the direction it's chartered us, to set this framework of where do we want to go. And we're going to get in later on the how we get there, what metrics we have, how we measure that. This is just, so I'm certainly open to anything. This will be our vision, not just my vision.
And I agree, but I do love every Tennessean. I also would like to see, I love high quality, because I think that is where we're headed to if we're not already leaning toward. And I would like to include career, because for me, when I look at a quality education, it is for whatever the career is of choice. So I would like to see that included or remain included.
there's a reason I might add that you see the focus around career and opportunity. It gives a youngster an opportunity. There's a lot of us got to help them with that, but it gives kind of a stake in the ground. So there's a reason for the career part of this, which the crafters of the legislation obviously knew that. So this is new ground for us to try to help people understand what are careers, what's possible. If you dream, what can you dream out there? Do you like to, if you like to operate alone and not operate in a team environment, you probably are better off to be an individual contributor. So it kind of helps get people engaged. So there's a meaning for that.
This is Joey. One question, one thought as I'm listening here. I love career. I love educational experience. Every Tennessean. But I think that we also, as a group, we're looking at more than just educational opportunities. I know that one thing that is going to be on everyone's radar right now are social emotional learning, the mental aspect that goes. So I don't want us to be so guided, zoned in there to that aspect that we miss the well-being part that goes with those educational experiences.
I totally agree with that. I think that's right on. Yeah.
And just enjoy. This is where you got to help me craft this to your liking. Is that when I use educational experiences, we can't teach. It's not all about in a classroom. I look at the graduate school where I came from, and it's the experiences we gain by working with leaders like you out in industry. And what's it like to be a skilled surgeon, for example? What is it? How do you do that? So it's not talking about the textbook learning. Quite the contrary, it's out of the classroom. I envision a lot of this will become out of the classroom. But I would have preferred to use the term skills, but I'm afraid a lot of people would miss that. So, I used to help my MBA students understand when you go interview for jobs, it's not about you. It's what you can do for that organization. So it's your skill that you have. Skill comes from the application of knowledge. So anyway, I try to keep it very simple, but we'll incorporate your input here.
Tagging on to Joey's theme, changing the last three words, their career aspiration, to simply the word life. Every Tennessean will have access to the educational experiences necessary to prepare for life. Would encompass emotional well-being, but also skill development, good citizenry. It's more encompassing than career aspiration. That might address that. Others may have better ideas.
Other comments on life is in lieu of career aspirations? We were trying to, what Lou and I were trying to do is bring really to reality the whole concept of career.
What if you said life and the career of their choice? So that the two things aren't separate. And it's interesting to listen to this because, in the last couple of weeks, the House Education Committees have had their first meetings, and they've got new chairmen, and they're all kind of talking about a lot of these things. And one of the subcommittee chairs is a former Chicago White Sox guy, and another one of them, she started out her speech saying, all I ever wanted to be was a stay-at-home mom and a housewife, and she homeschooled her kids. But they both hit on the theme that education needs to be sufficient to make thinking people who can look after themselves, right? As much as possible. And it was interesting because what you all were just talking about was like I've heard in 3 or 4 different contexts just in the last couple of weeks. So it's just a very good conversation. I'm going to hush.
And let me interject to support that. And Robert, I think this gets to your point. I reflect back on my education world and teaching and my grad students. The question I always ask them when I see them, and I still see them day in and day out all the time, are you doing what you want to do? And Nathan, you triggered my thought about the stay-at-home mom. one of my real stars years ago is she said, I probably didn't do what you want me to do. I'm doing what I want. I'm a stay-at-home mom. I said, God bless you. You're doing exactly what you want to do. So the concept of adding life in that is very appropriate. We enable people to do what they wanted to do.
Yes, I will remind our commission members there's some dads that are decided to be stay-at-home dads too. Commissioner Susan Burns, I think you want to be recognized.
Yes, thank you. This is great, Glenn. I appreciate this. I was trying to incorporate what Yolanda said, as well as some of the things that Chris has said. How about this? Because I do think you hit it on the head. It needs to be remembered. It needs to be simple. It needs to be something that somebody could go down the hall and what you guys are about, and you could say it. Every Tennessean, Yolanda likes quality, will have high quality. We'll have high quality education. Can we get rid of the word experiences? Because doesn't education include experiences? We'll have high quality education necessary for life. If you want to add necessary for life in career aspiration, or necessary for life in career. But I was just trying to shorten it and put in that quality, and take out access. But what we want at the end is not access. We want them to have this. And so every Tennessean will have high quality education necessary for ... whatever you got. If you want to go with life, and career aspirations. But I was trying to take out the access part, because at the end of the day, it's not enough to have access, right? It's what you want them to have.
Okay.
And I know that's hard. I wish we had somebody that could type all these ideals down, but
I like what you just put forward. Every Tennessean will have access to high quality education.
No, not access. We'll have.
I'm sorry. Every Tennessean will have high quality education necessary for life.
And I would say necessary for whatever you guys want to put at the end. I was just trying to get the front going.
I would like life and career, either career attainment or aspiration. I think both are equally important. So I would like to have both.
So every Tennessean will have high quality education necessary for life and career aspirations.
I love it.
So we start out at a very early age. The third grader, we give them a reason they're doing their homework. We give them a reason that they have to go in and do it. We show them what this. I used to say to my MBA students, you're going to get paid for this. This is overtime, but it comes later in life. So there is a reason. So I think if we can get those youngsters engaged, that I'm going to go in and I'm going to do my study. I'm going to talk to the different people. So I like that. Other comments?
Elizabeth, can you edit this statement there on the screen so everybody can see it?
No, I had to upload it as a PDF.
Oh, it's a PDF. That would explain it. So, Glenn, you're the chairman on this one. Would you maybe make the changes on your end so we can shoot it out to everybody afterwards?
Afterwards, yeah. I confess I wouldn't be good at doing it. I've tried already. Okay. Madam Chairman, it's kind of like we've got most of the comments. I mean, I'm sure everybody, this is not a final or anything. It's just good discussion, and everybody's got an opinion about direction, and it seemed like we landed on a good place here.
I agree. I'm just putting this in the chat. I want to make sure that we all are reading the same thing to make sure we're all on the same page. Every Tennessean will have high quality education necessary for life and career aspirations. Is that correct?
Every Tennessean will have high quality education necessary for life and career aspirations.
You say for their life and career aspirations?
I think Glenn and Lou and team, I think these are great additions. it still keeps it very simple. And what I would suggest that we do is, I think that there's a desire to adopt a vision for the commission. So what I suggest that we do is, Glenn, if you and Lou can provide the edits in this document back to the team, we can adopt it at our next commission meeting.
Okay. Nathan, how about I send it to you? You've trained me well not to be sending stuff out to everybody. So.
Yes, definitely send it to Nathan.
Yeah, that's fine. I would argue that a vision statement isn't necessarily deliberative if we got sued over it, you know what I'm saying, but I understand, yeah. That's a good instinct, Commissioner, good instinct.
These are the dumb ideas with that Southern guy named Glenn Swift, so.
Commissioner Chisholm Burns, I think you want to be recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. One thing that you might want to consider is just say for life and career, period. I'm just trying to shorten the words. I think it's assumed that it's theirs, and career, it assumes that it's their aspiration.
Well, you are a master editor, so we cannot tell you how much we appreciate it.
Yeah, I'm sitting there just, warm feelings for all the time we spent over Christmas and everything, just getting the words just right. It's like, oh, you guys are awesome.
So you're saying take out the word necessary?
No, leave the word necessary in there. Let me go back to it. It's every Tennessean will have high quality education necessary for life and career.
Okay.
We assume, Joey, it's theirs, right? And then we assume that their career is their aspiration.
Correct. Good. Thank you.
We want this to, again, that's fine, but we want this to apply. We want people to be able to talk to parents, to be able to talk to their third grader, talk to their sixth grader about the point of aspiring. And so before you take it out, just be mindful of that. That's one of the things we picked up is let people want to dream. We need to help people dream. So just so we don't lose that concept of dreaming. Nathan, sound like we got consensus around the good word there. You want to polish this up and share it with everybody? We didn't change anything else in here, just on that one page.
Yeah, whatever you think's right.
Lou, comments? Lou, partner, what do you think?
I think the collective wisdom here has done a good job.
All right, good. Okay.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Swift and Mr. Hanneman. Very much appreciate the time and effort that you put into this, and the commission members for providing us some feedback on that piece. I would remind everyone, if you could please mute your devices, that would be super helpful so we avoid any sort of echoes. So we'll talk a little bit next about the 2021 planning framework. This is not something that was sent out, and so I kind of just want to talk everyone through this and get some input and some feedback on this, because I think it's important for us to think about what we want to accomplish over the next 9 months or so, as we think of, I'm now the presenter.
That's so you can put your document up and share it with them.
Okay, hold please. Let's see if I can do this. Microsoft Word. Can you see what I'm looking at?
Yeah.
Are you looking at a Word document?
Yeah.
Okay, good.
Planning framework draft.
Yeah, perfect. Thank you. So this is, as we look out for the next year, so as a reminder, January 1 is when our next report is due, and that is to provide advice and strategies and recommendations to the General Assembly and other members, stakeholders, on what we have learned and what we believe are some of the best next steps for us to move forward as a state. From a time standpoint, finalizing a draft or report on Christmas Eve is really challenging for the team members. We'll talk a little bit later about a grant that has been offered to us, but I'm not going to get into that right now, but just try to think about what do we want to accomplish over the next, say, 8 to 9 months, right? And so looking at a high level, just basic framework, this came out of our report of aligning time with our key goals and expectations in preparation to provide a report or report draft by December 1st. I recognize this is not due officially until January 1, but from a timing standpoint, and to receive all of us be able to feed into this, I'm proposing a December 1st for an almost final draft. So I'd like to walk you through this whole framework and then get you to provide me some feedback, and so we can finalize it, or not finalize it, just have a draft of it. Ultimately, there's a lot of great things that are happening in Tennessee, just to be clear. There's a lot of great things. There's also a lot of great things happening nationally and internationally that I think will be valuable for us to learn from. And so seeking some of that national, international solutions, and in looking at each of the priorities we've identified, the learning loss, or how we're kind of looking at it moving forward is how do we accelerate learning, technology gaps, post-secondary and career preparedness, and then also well-being. Who is doing it best, and what can we learn from, and what are the different levels? Because there's not a one-size-fits-all. There's not a silver bullet in education, but there's a variety of things for us to consider. And so with that, one of the things that, Glenn mentioned this earlier, it's a little bit of a struggle in working in a commission like this where we can't have specific committees and work together separately as you do in the non-government space. But I do wonder if it makes sense for us to assign or receive volunteers for individuals who want to focus on certain initiatives or issues. By that I mean, for example, with learning acceleration, do we have one or two commissioners that really want to dive into understanding that and kind of reporting back to the group? And it allows us to focus on, as individual commissioners, it would allow us to focus on just that one section. We could learn from a lot of different areas, but certainly be able to dive deep into that one section as opposed to all 9 of us focusing on all 4 of the issues. So it's just food for thought as we go through that. Think about any of these topics that maybe you might want to lean into if you want to go down that pathway. So from learning acceleration, well-being, post-secondary career preparedness, and technology, all I did was I went through the report that we all put together and identified questions or comments that we all had within that report of things that we wanted to come back and learn from and provide some level of recommendation for. I'm not going to walk you through all of these, but these are a series of statements that were in our report as well as questions that came up. So for example, with well-being, I think that was probably one of the areas that is at a national level or an international level is kind of the least well known, because it's not something that K-16 has really focused on until recently. And now with the challenges with COVID-19, other national disasters, it certainly has brought up a lot of conversation about the social and emotional well-being of our students and also our educators. And I think that there's a lot of unanswered questions and unknown ideas, but there's also a lot of great solutions that are having some good success. So having 1 or 2 commission members be able to focus their time and effort and their own personal discovery in well-being, and potentially working with a consultant that can help drive that as well, just as an example. I'll go back up here to learning acceleration. There's a lot of questions about the learning loss. We still don't have those answers. We expect that certainly in Tennessee that we will have our annual assessments completed this spring. It's a little bit unclear to me when we will see those results, but we did share in our last report that we'll be providing an updated report with data come September, if my timing is correct. So we'll have a little bit more information. It doesn't change the fact that we know there's some level of learning loss, and there's a lot of interesting ways of solving it. We also are going to hear today from about this special session that focused on education. There's a lot of great policy, I think, that went into play, but there's a lot more that we need to be considering to help support our superintendents, principals, teachers, and certainly students. The third one here, yes. Well, it sounds like someone said something. I can't see everyone, so I don't know who's talking. Under post-secondary and career preparedness, This has been a consistent conversation we've had, is improving that transition of students from high school into post-secondary, regardless of which pathway they choose. I think it's even in part of the vision statement we were just discussing, is really kind of leaning into the necessity for life and for career. And that's a big piece. There's a bit of a gap that we've all identified, that when kids graduate from high school, it's a little bit unclear what's next. And there's a lot of good work happening across our state, and again, looking out across the entire country as well as internationally where it's appropriate. In technology, I was interesting, last year the governor put in, I believe it was $60 million to support broadband, and again, he announced last week in the State of the State another $100 million put in to support broadband across the state. I think there's how that's going to come to life, I don't know, but I do think there are some innovations that are happening in the education space that are things that we need to learn from, not only from a connectivity standpoint, but also from a device perspective. So there's some value that I think we can learn, certainly from the Department of Education, but also anyone that's working on the broadband work. Having that additional piece within technology is thinking about teaching with the technology. There'll be some pushes for post-secondary coming out of the special session to support certain types of instruction, but we had identified in our report there's also a need for us for post-secondary institutions or other professional development to support teachers and helping create strategies that will be best balanced for teachers, for any educator, and also for students. From a time frame standpoint, today we're going to be talking a lot about innovations in K-12 and post-secondary and kind of bridging that whole gap. We're also going to be reviewing the legislative session on education. If it makes sense for us to identify member champions for the different issues that we've identified, I think there'd be value in understanding who would want to participate as those champions. And then we're also going to talk a little bit later on today about we received some grant funding to support hiring a consultant. So we'll talk a little bit about that towards the end of our meeting. But from a time standpoint, I just tried to scope out what we think we're going to be leaning into. So March and April, go down the, championing and exploring the data for the issues. In the May Commission meeting, the topic focused on learning acceleration and well-being. June, July, further exploration. August, focused on college and career preparedness and technology innovations. September, start finalizing the recommended strategies and innovations. And then November, draft 1 and 2 of the second report. And then hopefully submit that report by December 15th. So first thing I was just trying to kind of mentally get down this pathway, and I really would love to open it up to thoughts, ideas, conversations, comments, because there's a variety of ways that we can go about this, and this is our chance to talk about what's the best way we want to accomplish our mission over the next 9 months. So with that, I would like to open the floor up for discussion.
Tara, this is Glenn. I strongly support what you're putting together there. I think it's exactly right. Let us pick, what areas we'd like to work on, and then we collaborate, go off and come back and collaborate. So I like this idea. Matter of fact, I actually sat down the other day and put some pen to paper about what possible initiatives could go under each of these four. So, anyway, good work.
I agree. I think all the areas, and especially with our background, we would have a nice focus from everyone as we focus on those topics. So I would love to serve on the post-secondary and career preparation or preparedness, along with anyone who would like to serve with me.
Tara, this is Frank Rothermel, and I'd be happy to serve on the technology group.
Hey, Tara, this is Marie. Can you put the listing back up there? And I echo what everyone said. I also would like to know how the consultant may intersect to help prepare each of us. Yeah, go up. Yeah. So it's post-secondary, technology, well-being. Yolanda, if you have me, I'll serve with you.
Woohoo! I can't shrink it anymore, but it's, I guess I got to do a little bit more. But yes, so it's learning acceleration, or what we call the learning loss, well-being, post-secondary and career preparedness, and technology.
Tara, thank you for putting this together. I would be happy to serve in the well-being. That's of interest to me. But I'll serve on any one of them if you prefer me to be on another. But that one has some interest to me. I wonder, do we have any type of budget? Maybe this is a better question for Nathan. Do we have any type of budget for consults?
Yeah. Nathan, I don't really want to talk about this, but I'm happy to share some of what I was going to share earlier. We do not have, there was no fiscal note provided to this commission. And so we have received grant funding from SCORE to support this effort. And so what I think would be beneficial is for us to be able to make use of those funds to hire an education consultant. So because we wouldn't necessarily be having committee meetings. So while, for example, Chris, you come talk about the well-being, we wouldn't necessarily set up commission meetings for you and whoever else might serve with you on that quote-unquote champion committee. But you would be able to have kind of deeper conversations with the education consultant about that topic, and as well as about anything else that you think makes sense. The hope is that person or organization will be able to do the appropriate research in addition to the work that any one of us are doing, and surface ideas, suggestions, and strategies that we would consider adopting. The second area of focus for the funding that I think would be valuable is some administrative support to support some of the back-end work that Nathan and team are providing for this commission. Does that help? Does that answer your question, Chris? Okay.
Yes, ma'am. That nailed it. Thank you.
Chris, one of the unfortunate realities was that at the tail end of the last legislative session, literally every improvement in state government was set aside with a few specific exceptions for things that are related to the state of emergency, the COVID situation. Now, to everybody's credit, all right, that's also put us in a place where our revenues as a state are much, much better than most states around the country because they took that step. But it also meant, in the case of the enacting legislation that created this commission, that there could be no fiscal note or it wouldn't pass. So the option was to do things like provide members per diem or to give us, some amount of money to work with it, or to just say, hey, it's going to be a volunteer thing, and we at the board will do our best to support this and do all we can to make sure that your independence as a commission is preserved. And the legislature took the latter option. So it's just kind of a tough situation, but given the option of that or not do it at all, I think we're in a better spot.
Well, Nathan, I think all of us here would likely feel the same way. I'm very happy to continue to voluntarily serve on this commission. I have some experience with well-being, but it's in a very different environment, and in the education setting, I think we can all use some help, and so we may find others that are willing to donate their time, but that may be hard with groups that have expertise to bring this into us. So
no doubt about that. I think you're absolutely right. And I think, Tara, if you want to just have that conversation now, I think that's a very good time to do it. I see that we're, there are a number of folks who are joining us, but go ahead. Absolutely.
Yeah, so we're going to do this towards the end of the meeting, but I think to Nathan's point, given the fact we're kind of walking into this, our next steps with looking at these consultant proposals is that Mr. James is going to send those proposals to each of you so that you can all have a chance to give some input to the scope of those documents and the work that's being proposed. See if you agree, disagree, other ideas, thoughts, comments, and ask you to compose those thoughts in preparation for a special called meeting of the commission. And that the purpose of that special called meeting would be to discuss and approve the proposal that will be provided to each of you. I mentioned earlier that SCORE is the granting organization. And I also want to ensure that everyone's okay with accepting this offer. To do so, what we will ask to happen within any sort of proposal we agree to is that there will be a clause written into the agreement clarifying that all the work that is done through this contract is the intellectual property of this commission. And the reason I bring that up is because it's a reminder that we are an independent commission. That's the way we were set up, and I think it's important that we do remain so by statute. So that it becomes just an important piece. I think some of the legalities, but it's valuable, I think, as we continue to go down this pathway. So with holding this special session of the commission, ultimately we'd like to be able to get any sort of questions that anyone would have. We also want to make sure that we don't move forward without clear input from every member. And also a vote on that path forward. I'd like to host this meeting sooner than later, preferably in the next 4 weeks. Given our time on this commission, time is of the essence, I think, as we all recognize. So I would like to be able to not lose any time and be able to have someone start supporting us as soon as possible. Any comments or questions on that initiative? If there are not, then I think you can expect to see some proposals in your mailbox from Nathan, and then also a special called meeting in the next few weeks. Yes,
I'm getting a text from Dolores. I think she wants to speak. She's in an interesting spot there because there's no microphone on her computer, so she's roped in on the telephone as well. So,
Commissioner Gresham, you're recognized. If you'd like to speak.
Madam Chair, this is Dolores Gresham. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am, we can.
Oh, great. Okay. I had tried a couple of times earlier, but couldn't get through. Just a couple of things while I can be heard. I wanted to go back to Chris Jones's item that he talked about at the very beginning about getting input from the practitioners, and I don't know that we went any further with that. And my question was to Chris whether or not he was thinking of a survey of teachers and administrators or a survey of some of our organizations like Excel and Ed for some input from them. And that was one question. And then wanted to catch up on the vision statement. If you would find it helpful if each of us submitted a version of what we talked about so that at the next meeting that we could sift those out from, or to find either the best combination of submissions. So at this point, those were my two questions. I did have one more, and that was, how do we make out a check to Eric?
Yeah, Nathan, how does that work?
I'm sure the comptroller of the Treasury would have a ball with that question. I have no idea how that could possibly work. So I don't know what to tell you there. I think.
I'm at a point where I am expected to close down my campaign account to zero. I have to zero that out. So this might be a good way for me to do that.
Oh, well, okay. I will pose the question to our general counsel, and we'll talk with the comptroller's people, and that's a pretty good day at the office when you have a former senator who wants to use the campaign dollars for something like that instead of somebody else's campaign.
Dolores, that's very, very generous of you. We appreciate it. Nathan will certainly explore that for us. I do want to touch on a couple of things that you mentioned, one in regards to teachers and the other in regards to vision. Based on our conversation this morning, Glenn is going to update that vision document and send it back to Nathan. He's going to then, Nathan will send that out to the entire commission for us to provide input and feedback. And we will have kind of consolidate. I think your idea of kind of providing additional feedback through Nathan is fine. And then we could have a agreement on that next time we are all gathered. In regards to teaching, just for everyone's information, as I understand it, the Tennessee Education Research Alliance, I believe, has a Tennessee-based survey that's going out in regards to the effects of COVID on educators. I just don't know whether that will be available anytime soon. So just food for thought in the back of our heads. So, Chris, you want to share your comment?
Please, and thank you. Senator Gresham, first off, that's a very generous offer, so thank you for considering Eric as a donation for your campaign funds. The idea of having survey results available to this commission, I think, is fantastic. However, specifically what I was asking for is I would really like to hear from some teachers directly. And maybe at our next meeting, what I would, if others were interested as well, I would love to have some of our high-performing teachers from both rural and suburban areas, East Tennessee, West Tennessee. We could come up with a mix of 2 or 3 teachers just to invite them to speak to us and say, you know, here's what's working well in my classroom and our school. Here's where I need help. Here are the challenges we have in the rural parts of Tennessee. Here are the opportunities in rural parts of Tennessee. It may be that, you know, in Cookeville, technology is an issue, but in Memphis, it's having meals for the kids. And so I would, frankly, just like to hear from some teachers. I don't get to talk to them as often as I'd like. And I think hearing some of their perspectives would be very beneficial to me. So that's really what I was specifically addressing. Thanks for clarifying that.
This is Joey.
Yeah.
I apologize. I think those are great points from both. Just a thought, districts across the state just went through the process of selecting teachers of the year at secondary, elementary, and middle level. So it might be that we could work with some districts and get a cross-section from that group. That would be a really good place to possibly start to hear from teachers.
I would add on to that something to consider, because our charge is really looking at things at a systemic level. I think there could be some value in speaking with some superintendents and or principals across the state, maybe ones that are really excelling during this time, or ones that are having even more challenges. I would look to Mr. Lynch to be able to help us to identify those individuals, who you will all be hearing from in a little while. Any other thoughts on it? We're kind of talking about these committees. I've gotten some, or I shouldn't say committees, because it's not a formal committee. I think Mr. James might have a challenge with that. These issue champions, how about that? So Frank, you volunteered for technology. Yolanda and Marie, you volunteered for post-secondary and career. And then Chris, you volunteered for well-being. Any other volunteers from Glenn or Joey? Todd's not on the phone, or Senator Gresham.
This is Glenn. I like the idea of career-based part, but it could be that's already overcrowded. I do have a question. How much collaboration can we do? If there's a couple, 3 of us on the committee, can we talk? Can we share? Still can't.
You know, and that's the entire problem with, frankly, some of the constraints of the Open Meetings Act is because it makes it extremely difficult, because nearly everything you would do in the course of those meetings would be considered deliberative, as it's going to go into a formal recommendation, and that's exactly what our reports are, our formal recommendations. And when that happens in any forum other than that which is recorded in public, you have the potential of violating the Open Meetings Act. And it's most infuriating, but I mean, it's the law, and
we're
going to obey it. So,
okay.
Commissioner Chisholm Burns.
I'm going to go off of Glenn's question. So I just want us to pause then. If we can't talk, what are we doing? And maybe now I'm back to the whole group. I just like for somebody to play this through. If I can't talk to Yolanda and Glenn, what are we doing with these? I forgot how you termed it.
I think you could coordinate on presentations. You could coordinate it on things to bring. Gosh.
But I got to talk to do that.
Yeah, you do. I know. But then again, we did talk in the editing process for the report as well.
And if we set up Zoom calls and have them recorded, would that run afoul of the Open Meetings Act?
Run afoul because you haven't posted 7 days notice, and the public can't watch them as they're happening.
So, Madam Chair, I would just ask that we take a pause now, knowing that, is this the right method to go down? Just playing it in my head, if I can't talk, then what are we doing? And maybe we should do it all as a group and have the consultant feed us information.
Do that, or you could, you could, if it's one person, that's one thing. But when you get two or more, then that's where you run afoul of the law. So if you've got one of you that's got a tremendous interest in a particular subject, it would be just a matter of kind of making requests of what can be gotten on that. And I'm sorry, I know it's counterintuitive, but part of the Open Meetings Act limits the work of any governmental agency that has the business of making recommendations to the legislature or the policy making.
So, and just to kind of tag on to Marie, your question, there's a couple different ways we can go down this pathway, right? We can't form these committees per se because of the laws that exist. But if we were all champions for change, so if you specifically are championing kind of the post-secondary and career preparedness, being able to spend your time, any sort of time you have to focus on the commission, diving into that as an issue to understand it more, but also to surface some of the ideas and have the stronger conversations with this consultant that we'll be hiring. I think at least is able to help focus you. The alternative, to your point, is we could all dive into all four issues at all, in totality, which I think in the end we're going to do that anyway, but it just allows individuals to have a little bit more focused time. I think it's so easy to go down a variety of rabbit holes as we're exploring the different innovations and strategies in education because there's a lot. So it was an idea of having the ability for individuals to champion certain areas of interest coming out of the report. Now, we only are scheduled currently to meet 4 times this year. This is the first time. And so I have a feeling that if we're really going to be able to, if we want to all talk together, we're going to have to increase the number of meetings that we have. And regardless, if we choose as a group to hire this consultant, that person can also help us navigate, because that person will be able to have one-on-one conversations with each of you while simultaneously doing a lot of the research that we're requesting and that we need.
Yeah, our policy, our board meetings, commission meetings policy does allow for special called meetings. And that's, ultimately what we're talking about, for instance, to make the decision on a consultant and all of that. So the apparatus exists to have extra meetings. It's just, we have to remember exactly what goes into having each one of those in terms of the 6 days notice. And certainly in this pandemic, it looks like this instead of being able to meet in person.
This is Glenn. Perhaps we follow what we just went through on visioning. And even though I struggle with the frailty of not being able to talk with everybody, we did seem to get to a conclusion there, and we're getting ready to fine-tune that. We should be able maybe to apply that to these teams where we would individually do our analysis, our research, and bring that to the group and for then get the next direction. So my sense is that probably would work, has to work, I guess, and go from there.
I think, Glenn, in the example you're providing in regards to the vision work is, you can do your individual champions research and work with a consultant to have it consolidated.
Right.
So as we come back together, I'm hoping, Nathan, when you talk about presentations, that because it's more of an administrative piece, that at that point the committees or champions could work together with that consultant to finalize that presentation.
I think that's fine. It's just a matter of watching each individual conversation. But ultimately, I think what this is going to come down to, for the most part, is the individual champion that wants something, kind of coordinating with the consultant, but having it all brought back to the commission members as a whole. I think Dr. Susan Burns is probably right on that. It's just one of those things that, if this was a private entity, we could very easily do. And but given the constraints of the Open Meetings Act in Tennessee, it's extremely cumbersome to attempt that variety of work in the spotlight.
Well, Tara, this is Frank Rothermel. We can't communicate because of the restrictions that Nathan brings forward. Then it appears that we're going to have to meet more often. So why don't we just increase the number of meetings for the next year? And that way we can get them all on our calendar and we can plan ahead. And I like the idea of having champions, because I think there can be some research done outside of this group by the individual, and then they can bring it back or bring it to the consultant and have the consultant refine it. But anyway, it just seems to me that we have one hand tied behind our back, and we're trying to do it in 4 meetings, and I just don't see how it's going to work.
Well, and I would say, remember, when we adopted those 4 meetings, that's not to say that's all we could ever meet. I mean, that's why we have this process to have special call meetings in there. I think that's probably quite necessary. Dr. Burns needs to speak.
So why don't Nathan and I do this? Let's look at the state board calendar over the next 9 months, identify some options, and then Nathan can filter that out to the team to see what sort of options might work. Nathan, does that work for you?
Yeah, we can. I mean, I know there's obviously there's a lot of other things going on. All of this gets made a lot easier, I think, with a consultant and somebody who's able to do this as their primary task, for sure. But in the meantime, we'll keep plugging.
Okay, excellent. With that, is a combination of having more meetings. Do we want to still go in on this champions route, or do we want to lean on the consultant, or do we want to wait for the consultant and kind of get some suggestions from that person?
I really like the champions. I like that. So I want to make sure that I know I hear what you're saying, but I want to make sure that I hear what we're saying. So if we're not making any decisions, if we're not putting together any presentations, I can't talk to Chris about well-being at all. Is that what we're saying?
Yeah. No. I mean, you can't talk to another member about something that's deliberative about the recommendation, which is now what you can do is say, yeah, we'd love to have presentation on this, or it would be great to get into that. It's a difficult
Joey, this is Glenn. I think you've got it right. And I look back on what we did with visioning, as imperfect as it was, we got to where we needed to be. And I would say, like, if it turns out that Marie and Yolanda and I work on this group, we can't talk. We didn't talk on visioning. But we could come together when we come to the bigger group in a workshop. We could say, here we could present our ideas. And for example, under career-based education, the whole concept of engaging, pick some industries, find out from them what the skill needs are there for, like take teaching, healthcare, advanced manufacturing, and cyber. And that would be how we would approach that. And then have a readout before the bigger group. I think we can make it work. We got to make it. We're not going to change the law. So let's just say we can do this. And as far as money, I'm glad to hear that there's some funds coming for that. But I come from an entrepreneurial world, and I never worried about money. If you've got value, if we're creating value, the money will come. And so if we can find a way to provide value to education process and the industry, and I think we can make major progress. That's all I have to offer, as far as Scump would say.
Very inspirational, Glenn. Thank you.
Nathan, just to follow up on what Joey said, let's say Joey and I were working on well-being together, and we identified 3 subject matter experts that were willing to talk to us. We could listen to those subject matter experts, summarize it, and then bring that information to the group as long as we weren't coming with a recommendation or a synthesis. Is that correct?
Right. I mean, I think sorry. Just getting a number of other members here texting me at the same time. I think you all can talk to each other in terms of mentioning what you'd like to see presented. It's a very difficult piece of advice to give you, because when the conversation goes over into anything that's deliberative, at that point in time you're violating the law. And so the charge we're given in administrative support is to try to keep that from happening as much as possible. Our general counsel, unfortunately, is on leave today and is not on the call, so I can't pose the question right now. I'm sorry.
Maybe just I think that would allow the champions to at least collect data for the group. If we could have an answer on that would be really helpful.
I think you can talk about presentations as far as that goes. And that's my thought. I'll leave it at that. I'm not an attorney. I've just one of the things that's part of my job is to try to navigate these waters with about 3 different committees that all operate on these very restrictive, under the Open Meetings Act. So I think you can talk to each other about presentations that you'd like to have made.
Susan Burns.
May I make a suggestion? And not that I'm for more meetings. I try to reduce meetings. And I know I'm having a bad echo for some reason. I guess because so many people are not on mute. But maybe we should table this discussion so we could move through the other items, because it seems like that consultant piece is very important, and Nathan needs to get in touch with general counsel.
Yeah,
we should just take a pause.
Maria, I think there's a couple things that we can do. One is that we need to understand a little more from general counsel of what champions would be able to communicate with each other about. So I agree, let's hold on the champions piece. The second thing is we will have a special session in the next special meeting in the next few weeks to discuss the consultant, which will provide us a little bit more bandwidth and communication ability on the back end. And then we will go ahead and discover some additional meetings I do agree that having some additional meetings would be valuable for us in our broader kind of conversation if we really want to have a strong recommendation come December. Does that work for everyone? Thumbs up? Brilliant. Thank you for the time. So now we are at the first of our breaks. We've been here for an hour and a half. We have a 10-minute break until 9:40. So I will see you all back here in 9 minutes. Thank you. Hey, Aaliyah.
Hello, good morning.
How are you?
I'm doing well. It's a dreary day. There's usually more natural light in my room.
Yes, it is a very dreary day. It's really quite cold outside.
This is also my first time using WebEx to present, so I'm just learning where all the buttons are.
I had my first experience this morning too, so I get it. It's not quite as hard. I find Zoom is a little bit easier, but it's not as hard as I thought it was going to be, which is good.
Yeah, it seems fairly similar.
Yeah.
Really intentional, but it's working out so far.
Yeah. Dale,
still on break, or are we back in? Or?
We have one more minute. Casey.
Yeah. Hey, Dale.
Good morning, everyone. Glad to be with you. It's good to see you.
And you thought the BEP committee was hard because of this darn Open Meetings Act. You ought to try getting these folks together. And, it is so tough. What I wouldn't give for some in-person meetings with about an hour and 20-minute lunch so that people could just linger and chat. You know what I mean?
It's coming, Nathan, sooner than later. I heard this morning that everyone will have a vaccine available to them by end of summer, if people so choose to take a vaccine. We'll see. It changes every day.
I thought I saw Senator Woodson on over. At least as a participant. If so, hi.
Yeah, Tara, I am glad I was able to finally join this morning. I was unavoidably detained early on, so I'm glad that I'm able to participate.
Welcome, Casey.
Thank you very much.
Well, let's get rolling. We are 1 minute over, so I'd like to call us back again. I think everyone is here. I see Chris, Frank. I don't know that everyone's actually back because I don't see a lot of cameras on. Let's give everyone another couple of minutes. Yolanda.
You know how in school, when you would like bring food to eat, you had to bring enough for everybody? Does that count for Zoom meetings too? I want to know if I should turn my camera on or off.
I haven't received my special delivery from you yet, Chris. So
No problem. Here, I'll do this.
Yeah. Please go ahead and eat on camera or off camera, whatever you're most comfortable with.
We'll try and keep it quiet at least.
Yes. Mute so we don't have to hear you chewing.
Yeah.
See, Glenn's got food too. It's all good. It's a good morning snack time.
Yeah. I had to teach a course last night on Zoom, and it is you guys are doing a great job. It is so much harder to present over these WebEx meetings.
Yes.
Don't get any audience feedback. I couldn't tell if I was boring them to death or if they were engaged. It was really tricky.
Well, I think we have most people back, so I think that we can probably go ahead and move forward with that. I would like to recognize Mr. Dale Lynch from TOSS and Miss Aaliyah Guthrie from SCORE to walk us through the special session that was held last month that was specifically focused on education. So with that, I will turn it over to the two of you, please.
Hi. Good morning.
Good morning, everyone. You go right ahead first, Aaliyah.
Okay. My name is Aaliyah Guthrie, and I'm the Director of Policy and Government Relations at SCORE. And we all actually did get to meet in person a few months ago at your first meeting. With Sharon Roberts from our team, we talked about kind of the history of education policy change in Tennessee. So today I'm here again to talk about education policy change, but much more recent change. So in January, the special session, but I'll let Dale introduce himself, and then we'll try to move through the bills that pass rather quickly so we have time to answer any questions.
Thank you, Leah. I won't take much time introducing myself other than tell you that I'm the Executive Director for TOSS, which is the acronym of Tennessee Organization of School Superintendents. And we have 145 school superintendents or directors of schools in Tennessee. We're very proud of each and every one of them. Superintendent or Director of Schools Joey Vaughn from Manchester City is serving on your all's board, and we certainly appreciate him and his leadership. And he knows how difficult it is to speak on behalf of all superintendents or directors. So I think that's why he has encouraged me to be here today. So that is my job and that's my role. I am a former superintendent of schools in Hamilton County in East Tennessee and also in Elizabethton City, and have served now for over 33 years in public education and almost 2 decades as a superintendent. So I'm blessed to work with superintendents and directors, and I thank Aaliyah for her work on this, and we have worked together, so I'm going to kick it back over to her.
Thanks, Dale. So the first thing I want to describe, because I know that you all probably have varying levels of familiarity with the legislative process and with what occurred during the special session. So Governor Lee issued a proclamation, and in that proclamation it sets the scope of what can be considered during the extraordinary session. So it's sort of like a pressure cooker. It's a very focused session on just a couple of issues, and these were the issues that were identified in the proclamation. So those are the bills that were considered and ultimately passed. And I think the governor, communicated, and the legislature communicated a sense of urgency to respond to lost instructional time for students, urgency to create clarity about what's going to happen for the assessment this year, urgency for literacy, and ensuring that when we get back to school this fall, that we're kind of ready to hit the ground running. So all of these issues were done in an extraordinary session or a special session because there was a timeliness to the topics that were covered. So we'll just go through each of the, make sure I know how to advance my slides. So the first bill was the Learning Loss and Acceleration Bill, and this bill established summer opportunities that will begin this summer. So this summer, students in K through 8th grade will have the opportunity to attend a summer learning camp. It's not required for students to participate, but it is required for districts to offer it. And so this is to kind of make up for any lost instructional time that happened over this last school year. This bill also creates a tutoring corps. It establishes a much stricter retention policy than the one that had been on the books since 2011. And the summer camps play a role in that retention policy. Students could be retained, they could retest. They may, if they go to one of the summer camps, then they won't be retained. They can move on to the 4th grade. And then there's also a tutoring component. So, or they could go on to 4th grade, but they've got to have a tutor for the duration of 4th grade. So that was kind of the first bill that passed. Dale, any thoughts from the superintendent perspective for the implementation of this bill?
Thank you, Leah. Real quickly, from TOSS's perspective, superintendent's perspective, we were certainly appreciative of the special session that focused on education. Very appreciative of the governor and the legislature not only addressing the needs during this special or extraordinary session, they called it, but also providing the financial supports to make this happen too. We're very, very appreciative of that. The one disclaimer I will tell you, though, is that we were not a part of the opportunity to look at this type of bill language before it was happening. Is that we were trying to find out more about this legislation actually during special session. And the implementation part of this, we are still finding out more and more about this every single day from superintendents. The biggest, I think, concern from superintendents across Tennessee about this learning loss and student acceleration bill that began during special session was the latter part of the bill, which dealt with remediation. There's a vast number of students in 2 years that under this bill will be retained in 3rd grade. But now the focus, it seems like, from superintendents has been taken away from that and making sure that we understand and know all that we need to know to have school districts here in Tennessee have summer programs. So that's kind of where we are now. And we're finding out more and more about what we need to have in those programs, the students that will be involved, the teachers that will be involved, and also the additional resources of personnel that we'll need to have this type of program. It's a 6 weeks program for our earliest learners, and it's also a 6-hour programmed instruction along with a lunch and also a breakfast and or snack, plus another program after that. It's called the after school camp. So it makes the day 7.5 hours. So that's a lengthy day for not only for students, but also for teachers and other staff members that we have to have. So we are learning more about that from the department and working with the department as we try to figure out what each district needs to make that happen for this learning loss and acceleration public chapter.
Dale, quick question for you. On summer camps, are they going to be required for kids who are not proficient? And if they are required for kids who are not proficient, given how slow we are to get results from our annual assessments, how are districts going to know that information? Or are they going to base it on other information from assessments?
So thank you. So for the first, and feel free, Aaliyah, to jump in, but so for the first 2 summers, no, they are not required. The requirement is just that districts have these camps. Of course, we know that the priority would be that we want to make sure that our most at-risk students are in attendance, but it is not a priority this first 2 summers. After the 2 summers, it will be.
Yeah, so in 2023, when the retention policy goes into effect, it would still not be a requirement for students to participate, but it would be one of the pathways to avoid retention. So if a student is below proficiency, then they could be retained, or they could go to one of the summer camps. So it's not like an outright requirement, but it is one of the pathways to avoid retention.
So Aaliyah, the only, and I appreciate you helping me out, but I want to help you out a little bit on that one too. It's not just our students that are below that would be retained. It would also be those students that are in below and approaching, because that is a large number of students in Tennessee, and that's a big difference.
Yeah. So any student who's below that proficiency cutoff, so approaching or below. Yes, sorry, but below is the actual name of one of those proficiency bands. So, yes, and
hey, for the benefit of everybody else here, especially you've got folks that are in higher ed, you've got folks in medicine and business. Walk through the different levels so that they're speaking the same language as you, because sometimes we can get into a little too much K-12 jargon. And higher ed's the same way, and anybody is. It's just walk them through what you mean by those different levels.
So there are 4 proficiency bands. So when a student takes the TCAP, they're going to get a score on that test at the end of the year that shows how well are they mastering the academic standards for that grade. And the 4 bands are called Mastery, which is the highest. Then you've got On Track. Then there's like a line of proficiency. So if you're Mastery or On Track, that means you're proficient, you're on grade level. Then there are 2 more proficiency bands. So Approaching, because you're close to being proficient, or Below. So there's those 4 categories, and any student who is in the Approaching category or the Below category, so anything below that proficiency line, would be at risk of being retained, so could be retained at the end of 3rd grade.
Commissioner Chisholm-Burns.
Thank you. Aaliyah, I might be getting in the weeds here. So I'm thinking about the high-risk students. You're thinking about the high-risk students that's on that other side of that mastery and proficiency that may be required at some time, but availability would be there, starting soon. My question is, especially for underrepresented minorities, but not excluding anyone else, is what support programs will you have? Like, for example, will there be buses to get them there? Will there be after-school care for moms and dads to work? That sort of stuff, because it's those students that moms and dads have to work, that might decide I can't do it because I don't have the support.
Yes, the transportation question is an ongoing discussion in the General Assembly because I think there was feedback that that is going to be a concern, making sure that students can come to the camp, that it's actually available to them. And I completely agree with you that those students who are most at risk of being retained, the retention policy is not what is going to get them ready for fourth grade. It is all of the other things that have to happen. So all of the supports that start in kindergarten. I mean, the students we're talking about experiencing this for the first time, they're first graders right now. So what is happening for those students? What kind of training are their teachers being provided? Ongoing support and coaching for their teachers. What materials are they using? Who's going to be leading these camps? Who are are they going to be incentivized to have their most highly effective teachers at the camp? So there are a lot of implementation questions that really start downstream to ensure that the focus is how do we get students ready to be promoted, so that we don't have a huge swath of students facing a retention in 2023.
We need to focus on interventions rather than retentions. Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
So I just wanted to just bring that, and I'm glad you guys are considering that, because even with COVID, we have a lot of parents that are quitting their jobs because they have to stay home with their kids. And so I'm just thinking about 7.5 hours. I think I heard Dale say that, or one of you guys said that. Mm-hmm. Is there some after school or before school? Because I don't want a parent not having to choose between their job and going to this program.
So I want to make sure that I clarify. It is 6 hours of programmed instruction, and then you also provide a lunch and a snack and or breakfast. So that would take you, we would imagine, probably around the 6.5 hours. And then there's that after school camp that is an additional hour. And so that's where you would get 7.5 hours. But there's also, school districts, the most important thing for our kids is to have high quality teachers in front of them. And our teachers have worked harder and are more exhausted than they ever have been, just like our parents are. Our parents are too, the parents who are having to stay home with these kids. But we've got to make sure that we're able to provide programs, high quality programs of instruction during the summer that have high quality, effective teachers. And we've got to get the best teachers in front of our kids too. And that's what our superintendents are trying to build programs to make sure that they're able to get those type of teachers there in front of those kids.
Right. Dale, I'm not disputing that, and I think that's great. But what I'm talking about, if I'm a mom,
sure,
and I can't, my job is 8 hours a day, and it takes me an hour before and an hour after to get it all together. You can have this great program over here, but then I have to decide, am I going to quit my job so my kid can go to this great program over here? Is there support services that might increase that access? Otherwise, it doesn't have access for me.
Absolutely. I think that's, again, thank you for that. And I think what our superintendents, when they're looking at building these summer programs, they're working with after-school care programs such as YMCA, YWCA, Boys and Girls Club, that provide those types of after-school opportunities too. So absolutely.
So one of the things that conversation came through before, I know certainly watching these bills move through the committee, there was discussion, at least, or seemed to be, that finances were provided for the bus transportation. Is that now not quite as clear as perhaps it was laid out to be? Can walk us through that?
It's not quite as clear, Nathan. That is correct. There was some transportation dollars discussed. I think it was in Senate Ed. But that was not a part of the bill. And so we're still waiting to find that out if it's going to happen in regular session.
Mm-hmm. And I'll just say that in the Senate Finance Committee this week on Tuesday morning, when Commissioner Ely was presenting the governor's proposed budget, they did discuss the transportation costs, and Commissioner Ely said that that is still something that they're looking at to determine what that number would be, and to kind of review it. That it wasn't part of the proposed budget because it was so already sort of baked when the special session conversation was happening, but there could be potentially something in the supplemental budget that happens later on in session. Okay, let's move on to the next bill. That was definitely the meatiest, I think, of the ones that passed. But the second topic that they discussed was assessment and accountability, and so the governor had been very clear in the fall, and then the General Assembly agreed and approved this legislation that says we will have an assessment this year. We will administer TCAP and end-of-course assessments to all students, and the federal requirement is that 95% of students participate. Obviously, there's a new Secretary of Education coming in, and so whether or not that 95% participation rate for assessment continues will be something we'll learn about over the spring. But this bill established an 80% participation rate, and so if 80% of students participate in the assessment, then there's a pause on accountability for schools and districts. So things like the priority school list or letter grades. And then regardless of participation rate, there is a provision that the test scores from this year would only be incorporated in a teacher's evaluation if it benefits their overall score. So there will be an assessment, there will be public reporting of that information, but it'll sort of have a pause on any of the normal accountability requirements.
So, Leah, is it correct for me to understand that if less than 80% of the students participate in the TCAP, then a district has the potential of having schools go on the priority list?
Yes, that is correct. There is also let me add that there is a waiver provision, so the commissioner could waive that participation requirement, and then they would still be paused from being identified as a priority school or receiving a letter grade. And so I think one of the implementation questions we have for this bill is what are the requirements of that waiver? So if you don't meet 80%, like what are the things that the commissioner would be looking for to make that determination of whether the accountability is going to apply or not? Is it something about the instructional model that your school has been in, like if you have been primarily virtual and that's why you couldn't reach 80%, or if it's something about something else that the district did or they attempted to do? I think that one piece that we would like to see is, how are you ensuring that the students who come in, that there's like representation across your different student populations? And so if only your highest performing students are the ones taking the test, how have you done outreach to other students so that you have kind of an accurate sampling? But we don't know what the waiver requirements will specifically be. I think that's something the department is still putting together.
So can I say something there? One of the things from our superintendents is that, we were able to be a part of this discussion about whether to have the state assessment or not have the state assessment. This is a perfect example of being able to come to the table and beforehand when we were able to hash this out among superintendents, educators, and leaders, and we came to the conclusion that this is good. We need to have the opportunity for our students to take this assessment. We can learn a lot from it. So we were on board with this, again, on board with this public chapter also. The concern here is the 80%. We think that most of our districts will be able to hit that mark. But again, let's remember, it is 80% of students in grades 3 through 12. That's that's a little different than saying we're going to have 80% of our fourth graders who are taking the test. I mean, when you think of percentages and you think of your entire population of 3 through 12 students, that's very different. And, some of our high schools have been virtual, and they've had their continuous learning plans approved to be a virtual setting, and the parents felt like that's the safest place for them. We wish we were able to have an online type of test for these students to take in a safe place that they've chosen, but yet because we do not have that opportunity, they have to come back into a physical location to take this assessment. And that's a concern for us. But we're going to work to try to make this happen, and we will learn from what we get back on the results.
Okay.
Not for nothing on that point, by the way, on the assessment accountability, as it relates to you commissioners especially, remember that having an assessment this year is something that you all called for specifically in your initial report. So that's a point to remember in terms of the commission's sort of skin in the game.
And then the third the third piece of legislation was around literacy. There was obviously this discussion has been going on for several years. The General Assembly has been interested in our third grade reading rates and wanting to do something to move that needle. Obviously, superintendents across the state have been working hard at this for forever. And so there's a lot of excitement, I think, about the literacy bill, but what it does is requires districts and charter schools to create a foundational literacy skills plan. So it establishes that there will be a way that we teach reading in Tennessee, and it is around these 5 kind of core instructional skills, these core skills. And every district, every charter school will have to teach reading in that way. And so districts and charter schools will develop a plan for how they're going to do that, how they're going to screen their students, provide supports to their students, train their teachers, all of those components, how they'll notify parents if there's a deficiency identified with any student. So each charter school and each district will create a plan, submit it to the state, and it has to receive approval. So this is similar to the CLP process in that every district has their own plan and every charter school has their own plan that's submitted, but it does have to receive approval from the department. And then within that legislation, it also establishes a screener. So this is something that districts have already been doing to comply with RTI, our response to instruction intervention. But it's a screener of skills for students in K through 2 to see if their reading skills are on grade level. And so that screener will happen 3 times a year. And for the first time, that information will be reported back to the state. That's not something that happens before. Right now, it's just at the district level. And so that reading screener information is what districts will use to sort of identify students, notify parents, and then intervene with students. And I think that this bill really is connected to the learning loss and acceleration bill that we were talking about before, because doing this well is one of the ways that we do prevent a lot of students from being retained, is by ensuring that they are receiving high-quality literacy instruction from the get. And then there's also an ed prep and licensure component to the bill. So not only training the teachers that are currently in the classroom, but what are we doing about the pipeline of teachers? Are we ensuring that the ed prep programs that they're participating in are teaching them how we teach reading so that when they show up in the classroom on day 1, they are prepared?
Alea, real quick, I would like to challenge this group with something. I would like to challenge this group to think about bringing, obviously, stakeholders, and that means educators, parents, that means everyone. But I would like to challenge this group to lead a discussion or to come up with a common definition of what it means to be reading on grade level by 3rd grade. We all know how important it is that our students become effective readers, and that literacy is so important in our state. But depending on who you talk to, what time of the year it is, we're either going to use third grade TCAP scores, or we're going to use NAEP scores, or educators love to use formative assessments, multiple measures of looking at a student's reading level more than just one day of the year. But I think one of the great challenges I could bring to you all would be lead a discussion, and let's, as a state, what are we going to say reading on third grade level means? And if we could come up with a common definition legislatively through this group, through our educators, I just think that would go a long way in helping our teachers, our administrators, our parents, our students know what it means and what those benchmarks are. So I challenge you with that.
Hey, Dale, along the same lines, we talk immediately about third grade because I think that's just the way the world speaks about this. What about first or second or fourth? Like, are there expectations that we have for any of the earlier grades, knowing how important third grade is?
Oh, absolutely. And, it's hard to talk about third grade when I also think of, especially like if you look at the pre-K through 12 continuum that we were part of, third grade is a magical year, I think, in looking at where kids are. But obviously, developmentally, kids are very different. Every student learns differently. And the light bulb comes on with a lot of kids when they're 5 and 6 years old because they've had good supports at home. Others, I was in a school district where 25% of our kids were non-English speakers. And they would come and they'd never even been to American school. So it might be 7th or 8th grade. But also our freshman year in high school is so critical. So every year is important. But absolutely, we have pre-K programs, and of course we've got our standards that our teachers work with with our students every day. But I think we've landed on third grade for some reason, and that's an important year. But every year before that's just as important, Tara. No doubt about it. I would agree.
Dale, thank you for issuing the challenge. That sometimes is a great way to spur people to action. Justice Potter Stewart back in the 60s said that he had trouble defining obscenity, but he knew it when he saw it. And I wonder if this is not a similar type of concept. I mean, is it hard to define third grade literacy? I guess, one of the things that we talked about earlier was having some educators come meet with us. But if there's controversy about what it means to be literate, I guess I would need some more information before I would be in any kind of position to make a statement moving forward. And I would love to hear some opinions, including yours, Dale. So thank you.
Thank you. I was a superintendent for 20 years, and I taught high school economics. I was not a reading teacher. So I would tell you, absolutely, you are spot on. I would encourage you to bring educators back who do this on a daily basis, and they can tell you what it looks like when the light bulb comes on for that child and they are a successful reader, an effective reader. So I think that's a great point.
Madam Chair, just in thinking about this, and of course, with the provisions that created this particular commission so broad as they are, one of the things that we've had to specifically do some resisting is kind of going down each specific rabbit hole. But I could tell you the process. One of the things that we're meaning to do, and I probably should have said this earlier during building perspective, is to come out of every meeting with 3 or 4 recommendations that we'll end up including in our report that we intend to have done by 1 December, but that is due on 1 January. So certainly, one thing this commission could do is say, hey, state of Tennessee, create one definition for what is reading proficiency in grade number 3 and stick to it across the board. And I think that would get at what you're after without asking Dr. Jones, our surgeon, to necessarily become the reading teacher expert. And so, and I don't know, that's just my thought. I don't know what other commissioners think.
Nathan, this is Joey, and to come up with that just a little bit. One thing that we're dealing with is when we look at the conversation, when we talk about third graders being below proficient or advancing or approaching or what, it's kind of being interpreted as kids who can't read. And the assessment that we're using to measure that does not actually measure the reading ability of a child. It measures English language arts. So we have kids that can read, but they may not be proficient in other ways. So the language is, and I appreciate Dr. Lynch issuing that challenge, because that's something that we are wrestling with. It's what is that third grade? What are we trying to get to in third grade? So that's something I think we have to put on our agenda as well.
Mm-hmm. And I'll just echo what Dr. Lynch said about the different metrics we have. We've got the screener established through this bill. The screener is a skills-based assessment, and you can use that to progress monitor their skills. But TCAP is a standards-based assessment, which is what Superintendent Vaughn was just saying. So it's different, and you're looking at different things. You're looking at skills versus standards. And so if we're using the skills-based screener as our tool for when we intervene with students, but then the retention policy is based on a standards tool, the TCAP assessment in third grade, that's where I think there's a disconnect, and it would help. I think it would help educators and parents and the community to know what it is we're talking about, so that we know really who to support, so we can kind of move beyond the compliance and implementation questions and really spend more of our focus on what students need and how do we get them the things that they need.
Is there a way that you could align both of those metrics together to get one outcome or one finding?
That's probably a TDOE question, I would think. It's probably, that's a Department of Education perhaps could answer that. But I'll tell you what, I think just even in this conversation, Dale brings up, and we've, as a commission, we've recognized that that's something that we could call for to ask for some clarity on.
And I know that we're over time, so I don't want to throw off your schedule for the day. But the last bill that we were going to discuss was the appropriations bill. This is the bill that just ensures that the other bills that passed have the funding that they need to be implemented, and it also established a non-recurring, so more of a bonus for teachers and other personnel and support staff, because we know they're also critical for success. And anything that you wanted to say, Dale, about the teacher or the instructional component increase?
Well, I want to say that we're very thankful and appreciative of the financial supports that we received. But I can't see everybody's face on here, but I certainly hope that you understand where I'm coming from on this, is that we need to fund public education better in Tennessee. We need to do that because we need to be able to recruit, retain, and continue to train the very best people we can that work with our kids every single day. It's not about programs. It's not about literacy programs. It's not about after-school programs. It's about getting great people, because great people will bring great opportunities for our kids. It's got to be people before programs. And we've got to make sure that we work with our people as we're looking at policies, because, working as a superintendent and working in a district, several districts, I would tell you, you give me a great teacher in front of 20 kids and great things happen. So I appreciate your all's support as we continue to try to promote and improve our public education system here in Tennessee, because we need your help and support, and we appreciate you.
And I'll just add at the end of that, we're going to be watching and advocating for high quality implementation of these bills over the next 3 to 18 months. And totally agree with Dr. Lynch that, with any initiative that you have, it might have these 4 ingredients that are like the policy levers, but that 5th ingredient of buy-in and stakeholder engagement from the front and the people, that is really usually the secret ingredient that makes it. So I think it'll be important as we work through these implementation questions that there is robust stakeholder engagement, and that teachers, practitioners of all kinds have a seat at the table. So thank you for giving us a chance to kind of walk through these bills, and hopefully that was helpful context for you as you're doing your work, your very important work over the next year.
Dale, before you leave us, could I ask you one more question, please? This is Chris Jones.
Yes.
And thank you and Aaliyah again both for coming before us. I met a new patient 2 days ago. It's a retired teacher from Georgia who's originally from Livingston, Tennessee. And she said that after teaching in Tennessee for about 15 years, they moved to Georgia for a pay increase. They had the perception that Georgia pays their teachers better than in Tennessee. I did a little bit of research, and I couldn't bear that out with statistics, but it begged the question then why that perception existed, at least with this one lady who seemed pretty reasonable. Is that a more widespread view amongst Tennessee teachers that the surrounding states have higher salaries, or is that not the case? Would you mind addressing that for a moment?
Sure, absolutely. Thank you. And I think that is an understanding among educators, and probably even more important, I think it's an understanding in our colleges and universities that you can go to neighboring states and your salary will be more than it is in Tennessee. Now, I've spent this past week in session, and I've heard that we want to be number one in Tennessee in education, and I would totally agree. But we also, I think, want to have that same ability to be able to recruit the very best teachers we can. I would like, personally, I had a son who's an accountant. I would, you start out making $60,000. I would love for education in Tennessee to be able to go and be able to recruit young people who are interested in becoming educators, and they can make a very good living. And, I think that we need to continue to support our teachers and make it an occupation that absolutely we can get the best and brightest in front of our kids. So thank you for that question.
Yep. Thanks for the clarification. Really appreciate that.
I'd like to recognize Senator Gresham.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a question for Aaliyah. Chris had asked earlier about teachers being able to address our group. The SCORE has a fellows program, as I recall, of selected teachers from across the state. Could you tell us a little bit about the fellows program?
Yes, happy to. So SCORE has a Tennessee Educator Fellowship, and we work with teachers from all across the state. And I'm not sure if it's been going on for 7 years or longer than that. I see Sam's on the call too. She might know, but these are educators who are leaders in their district already, and are interested in kind of opportunities for their voice to be heard at the state level. And so they're oftentimes already leading kind of advocacy for different student-focused issues in their district, but are wanting to learn more about the state context. And so we've got a long list of educators who have gone through that fellowship as kind of a leadership training program for teachers. Happy to connect you all with the folks in your communities who might have been part of that fellowship, or we could use that kind of group to bring teachers to speak to you all. I know that Director Vaughn talked about the Teachers of the Year. I think that would also be an excellent group to bring as kind of an advisory council for you guys to hear from people who are in the classrooms right now, experiencing this day to day, and who have demonstrated excellence. So I think there are a lot of great teachers in Tennessee.
Thanks, Aaliyah. That answered my question. Thank you.
Thank you both, Dale and Leah, for joining us today. I cannot tell you how much we appreciate it, and clearly we'll be having some further gatherings that you all will be included on, especially when we're talking about the educators and the input that we are looking to gain and knowledge we're looking to gain as we go down this pathway. So thank you so much for being here. We very much appreciate it.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
With that, I'd like to recognize John Bailey. There's John. There he is.
I'm here.
Hey, John. Welcome.
Thank you.
John is going to share his perspective on learning loss at a national level. He's as you all saw in his bio, he's a nationally known expert within this space and has spent a good amount of time as fellows with several different organizations. He spent a good amount of time kind of thinking about where we have been, but also where we're going within education. So with that, John, I'm going to turn it over to you.
Okay, wonderful. It's so great to be with you all today. I have a bit of a motley background, but I got my start in working with Governor Ridge in Pennsylvania. So I have a real soft spot for state policy and all the really hard questions that you all are wrestling with. More recently, I've been doing a lot of work with a couple of philanthropies around COVID and response in exploring a lot of the same issues that you're all raising on this call. And so I'm going to share some thoughts and really sort of use it as a jumping point for some conversation and discussion. I just want to say, like, beyond grateful for having the opportunity to talk with you all today, but I also just want to acknowledge that this commission and your work is super unique. Like, I am not seeing a lot of states wrestling in the same way with these same questions. And it's a remarkable gift to your teachers and to your students and to your state to be given this sort of permission to not just look at sort of the immediate crisis that's right ahead of us, but instead to sort of pause and sort of think a little bit further ahead in terms of what is needed to help kids accelerate and to recover from so many of the losses and the challenges that they faced as a result of schools being closed and schools moving to remote learning in response to the public health crisis created by COVID. So I'm just going to offer 5 sort of big buckets of things that I think is really important for you all to think about. One is exactly what we were just talking about, that there is a true and legitimate fog of COVID. Like, if you talk to the military, they talk about the fog of war, and it's very difficult to see, much less plan ahead of you. And we're living that right now. It is difficult to know when is that light at the end of the tunnel, when are we going to reach herd immunity, when will kids be eligible to safely receive the vaccine. There's so many different issues that it's so difficult to kind of see 2 weeks ahead of us, much less 3 weeks, 4 months, much less 6 months. And so I just want to sort of acknowledge that fog is important. And so anything that the state can do to help cut through that is going to be incredibly, incredibly valuable. And by cutting through that fog, that includes surveys, it includes aggregating information that many of your districts have right now, whether it's on the digital divide, how many kids still don't have devices and connectivity at home. How do we know who those students are, and how do we make sure we're elevating that in aggregate in order to be able to target resources to them? State assessments are critical. You just heard an amazing presentation, and I just credit you all for taking the courageous step to make sure that state assessments are administered this year. But state assessments, we can't wait for state assessments too. So we need state assessments plus. We need more diagnostic assessments. We need more measures of student emotional well-being. And we need these on a more frequent basis. And the good news is that there are a lot of different types of tools out there that can help. A lot of your districts are already doing it, but by prioritizing that and aggregating those results, even if it doesn't mean it's 100% across the state, still gives data and information that can help guide action, target resources, and also set the table for other reforms by surfacing different kind of needs. I just want to give, and I'll see if we can do this. I want to give you one example of what this could look like. There we go. Can you all see my screen? Okay. Wonderful. Great. So this is, and just for full disclaimer, I'm on the board of this organization. It is a nonprofit called ZearnMath. ZearnMath provides sort of online math lessons for students. But the one thing that it can do is also provide essentially real-time data on learning loss and learning participation. And this gives you sort of a graphical picture of that in terms of the percent of students who were not completing math lessons in March 29th, back in 2020, and then fast forwarding January 9th, 2021. And they have this data daily. But what it gives you is this sort of picture across Tennessee of which counties, which students in which counties are at risk of falling further behind, which are accelerating at a faster pace. And again, it just gives data that can target additional resources, help figure out where more aggressive interventions are needed. ZearnMath is, again, one type of online technology that is doing this. There's others that are out there. The key difference, though, and this is the key difference that I just wanted to emphasize, is that it's real time. So you as state policymakers, state leaders, superintendents can be getting this information and making adjustments in real time versus waiting for a state assessment several weeks or several months down the line there. So one example there. Second, well-being. You just heard some conversation this morning on the importance of well-being. You have one of the foremost experts in the country with Todd and Ballard Collegiate on the whole idea of social emotional learning and how important that is. I've seen your governor talk very eloquently about the mental health challenges that students are facing and teachers are facing. We're going to need social emotional learning supports and assessments to help gauge kind of where students are when they're coming back into the classroom and what kinds of trauma and challenges have they faced. They have parents that have lost incomes, parents that have lost jobs, they have parents that have lost lives, or family members that have lost lives. We have to recognize that, honor that, and give students a chance to find a healing path forward while we're also looking at some of the academic learning loss too. And so we can't have academic acceleration without thinking about student well-being. Again, there's good news here. You have to, and I just, one of the most important things I want this commission to think about is COVID created this surge of students getting devices, students getting connectivity, and that changes what you can start providing those students. Meaning, all of a sudden now, you have a new platform in which to scale different types of services and different types of interventions. So the whole idea, like you have online telemedicine services that are available for schools through companies like Hazel Health or Manatee that does online telemedicine services for children. You can now scale those kind of services very quickly through the same type of infrastructure that you just put in place for the emergency remote learning that we've all experienced through most of 2020. And so use that infrastructure to help scale and support the school nurses and the school counselors and the school psychologists that are going to be helping students with their well-being needs. Think about that. Learning acceleration, one of the things that we were just talking about, and again, it's just going to be so critical. We don't know the depth and the breadth of the learning loss that has just occurred. And it is going to look very different. It's going to look different district to district, school to school, student population to student population. It is great to know that there's going to be summer academies. There's going to be after-school programs. Tennessee has been on the forefront of tutoring programs, so critical. I think we need to think beyond that. I think that is a good first step. But all the data that at least I'm seeing from partners around the country is that this learning loss for some populations, and unfortunately it is our most underserved students, lowest income, often it's brown and black communities of color, that have fallen the furthest behind, and tutoring is just not going to catch them up. And tutoring is going to help, but it's not enough to really accelerate them to where they're going to need to be. And we just know this has detrimental consequences, not just for this year, but literally for their life, that if they're not proficient in reading by the third grade, it just makes succeeding in middle school and high school even more challenging, and people drop out, they don't go to college. That impacts their chance of climbing up the economic ladder and getting a good paying job. And so important to be able to measure what the depth and the breadth of this learning loss is, and thinking beyond just tutoring. Also, with part of your tutoring programs, it is so critical to make sure there's a feedback loop there. By feedback loop, meaning how does the tutor know what has been going on inside the classroom with teachers? But more importantly, how does that teacher know what the tutor has been covering and what the child has been struggling with or what they're accelerating on? If you don't have that feedback loop, it really mutes some of the positive aspects that tutoring can have. And also, coming back to this other thing that we just talked about, leverage the tech infrastructure that you all provided. If kids have devices and connectivity at home, I just heard one of the commission members asking a really great question, which is, it is great to have after-school programs, but how is that going to impact schedules for parents? Is it going to disrupt them, especially if they have to work? We can be thinking differently about, quote, after-school programs by assigning students different types of remote learning, accelerating learning programs in the evening. It could be everything from the Khan Academy. It could be using different types of self-paced online technology tools. It could be other teachers teaching in the evenings, but we can do that from home in a way that complements the real live instruction that's going on inside the classroom. So again, think differently. How can we use the tech and the infrastructure to do something different in terms of accelerating learning and not creating more havoc in parent schedules or kid schedules? And then also, I think it's so important for us to think creatively and out of the box about using financial incentives. There's a lot of federal dollars coming down the line. There's going to be some, obviously, some dollars targeted towards this kind of work coming from state government. Are there ways to create financial incentives that reward schools that accelerate students, particularly these low-income students and students of color? Like, can we flip the economic incentive system where schools are competing for these students because they want to serve them, because they get additional dollars or more dollars for serving them and serving them well? We can talk more about that too. Also, on this whole issue of tech, not every single teacher is a Zoom all-star. And we should just recognize that. Look at the challenges many of us had with WebEx today. That is okay. We should honor that not every teacher is going to be a Zoom all-star. But you do have Zoom all-stars all throughout the state. You have your own Sal Khans hidden away that are teaching math, teaching algebra, teaching science, teaching history, teaching reading. Use them. Give them a platform. Is there a way to record their lectures and scale that across the state so that not every single teacher has to teach that same lesson in that same all-star way? And then it frees that teacher up to do more one-on-one instruction, more small group instruction, more interactive. It takes a lot of pressure off. And again, I'm not seeing any state that has cracked the code on this. I think Tennessee was one of the first to use your public television stations to try to record some of your teachers and broadcast that out. We can do that online. And so maybe there's a way to take that and create your own course catalog of all the best instructors teaching all the best courses there. Maybe you want to create your own virtual school. Florida did this. The Florida Virtual School. It was initially started as a state government creation and it served kids all throughout the state. But maybe there's a way to do that in Tennessee in a way that complements the learning that's going on inside of school, so kids don't have to leave school. But you're giving kids another option on a course-by-course basis. The other great thing about this is the way Florida Virtual School was funded is on pay for performance, not pay for promise. So the Florida Virtual School got a base payment up front, but only got paid if the student completed and passed an assessment. So you get some accountability in there that you just don't get. And again, it just takes advantage of the rock star, all-star teachers that are experts inside of your state too. And then lastly, I just think it is so critical that we honor and support parents at this moment right now. That homeschooling and remote learning and hybrid learning has been so disruptive to kids' schedules, but it has been so disruptive to parents too, that are now struggling with additional education costs that they're facing that they had not budgeted for. If they've lost jobs or lost hours on a shift, they now have these extra costs. They have to find a laptop for their kid or other types of instructional materials. I know Tennessee has a program that allows teachers to, I think, expense on their taxes a certain amount of dollars for out-of-pocket expenses for classroom supplies. Maybe we should think about the same thing for parents. As parents are expensing, give parents the permission to expense tutoring or other education and enrichment programs, or if they're enrolling their kid into a Khan Academy course or something else, let them expense that so that it honors the fact that we understand this is increased the cost that parents are facing, especially working class and low income parents. But we're also supporting them and their journey in terms of helping to support their kids in partnership with schools. That could also help support learning pods and just a lot of the other innovations that we've seen coming out of COVID. And so just a couple different thoughts. I just want to end before we go into a conversation is that the danger here isn't that we're going to think too big, it's that we're going to settle for too little. The learning pandemic that is facing us on the other side of the health pandemic is large and it's mounting and it's growing every single day. And so we literally can't think big enough and fast enough and bold enough to solve the needs, because this is going to shape the generational trajectory for too many of the students here. I want to encourage us to think a little bit like Operation Warp Speed. We have just witnessed our own moonshot. To have a vaccine within 8 months of a new novel coronavirus is unprecedented. It usually takes 7 to 8 years to get a new vaccine. We had it in 8 months. It's its own moonshot. And the reason it was a moonshot and the reason it was successful 3 times so far is because it was the private sector, it was government, and it was researchers coming together towards a shared goal. Because of that sense of urgency, we need that same sort of all hands on deck. The private sector, government, schools, parents, and other education providers coming together to help address, with an Operation Warp Speed-like mentality, the learning loss and some of the challenges that we're going to be facing. So, again, just appreciate your work. I stand by to help you in any way I can and connect you with people who are far more expert than I am on many of these issues. But I thought rather than just keep talking, we'll just go for conversation and you can drill down into what other issue feels most relevant. So, Tara, back to you.
I love the fact that you challenge us with this is our moonshot. But I would like to open it up for discussion, questions.
Thanks, Tara and John. That was great. That was really inspiring. And I really appreciate your analogy with the moonshot, because indeed the vaccine development was a moonshot. I think where I could use some help, not being an educator myself, is that with the moonshot of the vaccine development, it was pretty clear what the end goal should be. It was an effective vaccine. And so the product was kind of known. We need to make a vaccine. I guess, I would ask you, and humbly, please, if you were to say in the next 9 months what the product should be for this commission, if we were going to say we want a moonshot for education, would it be tutoring, technology, teacher incentives? What would that product look like in your mind? Do you mind just giving us a couple minutes on that?
Sure. Yeah, I think when you are mentioning like tutoring and summer academies, those are all process to an end, right? That is all. And so I think it's really important for you to define. And you just had a conversation about this, about what does it mean to be proficient and fluent in reading by the end of the 3rd grade. I think you can simplify it in that we know that there are some key subjects at key times for students that we need to make sure they're capable of. That reading by the end of the 3rd grade is one of these gateway skills that if you don't know how to read, it's really hard to do science in high school. It's really hard to do history in high school. The same thing, if we know if students aren't doing algebra work by the time they're in the 10th grade or 11th grade, give or take, it has detrimental implications for them for college. And same thing in terms of some of the high school end of course that are so important for gateways into college. So I would pick a few of these gateway areas and subjects and accelerate. The vaccine would be, what is the vaccine equivalent of tutoring to get students to 3rd grade reading? What is the vaccine equivalent of getting students able to do 9th grade level math by the end of the 9th grade? And to catch someone up, how do you take a student that is in 6th grade level and catch them up 2 grade levels? It's that acceleration aspect that we need the private sector and the researchers to all sort of come together. So I would focus in on outcomes. Otherwise, we're going to be focusing and tweaking on process instead of making sure we're accelerating kids towards a goal.
John, this is Frank Rothermel. I have a question. How does the virtual school in Florida work alongside the public school systems in Florida?
Yeah, it's a great question, because this can be done confrontationally, where it's competing with schools, or it could be done collaboratively. And that was a little bit how Florida set up the Florida Virtual School, where it gave kids the chance to take courses that otherwise might not be offered in their schools. Or, I don't know about your experience in school, but I know for me, like, I struggled with math. And the problem is like, if I had problems with math, it's not that I could pick another math teacher. My school had one math teacher. And so for a lot of kids, this gave an option that if you just weren't resonating with the way math was being taught for Algebra 1 in your school, you could flip over and take a virtual school course. They do have a segment of their kids that are all Florida virtual schools, but a lot of the students are taking it on a course-by-course basis. And so that's a way of setting it up where it's collaborative with the districts as opposed to competing. The other way it was set up financially is that there wasn't any financial penalty for a student in a school in Florida who was taking into Florida virtual. The state paid for that. And so it didn't create a disincentive for districts to not encourage students to take the course. And from a learning acceleration standpoint, this is, again, like playing with financial incentives, that if, like, the Tennessee, Florida, like, academy can accelerate a student with learning, and then that student's scores count towards that district's accountability, then all of a sudden the district actually has a financial incentive and an accountability incentive to reach out and find, like, whatever type of modality of learning and other type of partner that's going to work best for those kids, because that kid's success then becomes that school's success, and then that's the state's success.
I'd like to recognize Commissioner Chisholm Burns and then Vice Chair Vaughn afterwards.
John, that was just spectacular. I'm Marie, and a couple of things you said resonated with me, and I'm going to speak to the miners canary. Those are the vulnerable populations, okay? And it seems like our system rewards, and I'm all for accountability, don't get me wrong, but our system awards high test scores, high this, high that. But to get these individuals that their baseline is low up into these higher areas seems to be a difficult thing. But if I can get them from here to here, that's a great feat. So, and I know Chris knows this, like for Medicare and healthcare, we have star ratings, things that we have to achieve unless Medicare is going to come back and take away money from us. Or if we achieve it, Medicare will actually pay it. So how do we flip this economic incentive where it's, because really if you have that economic incentive, it seems to me, where it's high this, if I were the school system, these people could get lost down here because they're hurting me. So how do we get an incentive to help these people?
Commissioner, at the risk of nerding out on, I'm so glad you asked this question. This is like one of my sort of passion projects. Like, it's probably a little bit too far ahead of your legislature, but your analogy with healthcare, I think, is where we need to go in education. That if you think about it, the way we pay, the way we do accountability and the way we pay in education right now is a fee for service. We pay schools an upfront cost, and we pay for the quantity of services, the number of tutoring sessions, the number of reading interventions, the number of teachers per student. It's fee for service if you think about it. And if you rewind where healthcare was about 10 years ago, there began to be a movement away from fee for service to value-based payment. The value-based payment on a portfolio, a menu of quality measures, right? Quality measures that was everything from really important measures, like did the patient survive? That's an important measure. But also, I think, many of you have seen or been part of this, but also received this, that if you go in a hospital now, they give you a survey at the end of it saying, did the nurses, did you feel like the doctors listened to you? Did you feel like the nurses were attentive? Was your room clean? These are all things that are more sort of environmental than they are pure outcomes. But again, part of Medicare and CMS reimbursement is based on people filling out that survey. And so I think there's a way for us to come up with a portfolio of measures and pay schools based on the way that they're helping students, particularly low-income students and vulnerable students, with achieving that. And that could be well-being measures. This is where really rely on Todd. He is just such a national expert there. On this, it could be quality measures based on test scores. It could be test measures based on growth. It could be measures just based on a whole variety of different things. But I really think like if we can move from fee-for-service education to value-based education, we can. It's a way of addressing, you know this too, the social determinants of health. There are a lot of things that impact patient health quality that happen outside of a hospital, and so hospitals now have an incentive to help partner and address that. Let's talk about the social determinants of education quality. So we create incentives for mental health services and for food services with the SNAP beneficiaries and others to all work for the success of a student. This is all sort of, John Bailey, think tank, theoretical, ivory tower, but I'm just very passionate that I don't want to gloss over. I know value-based payments have a lot of challenge inside of healthcare too, but I think there's a theory there that we can mine and learn from and hopefully apply that to education too.
I like it, John Bailey.
Well, what about I'm sitting here thinking in terms of that. I'm sorry to bust in. My gosh, this is everybody's passion. I totally get it. When folks are talking about the BEP formula, and one thing you learn about education funding is that there's 50 different ones. They're all determined based on the jurisprudence of the particular state and the constitution of those states. And in about every state, there may be 20 people that thoroughly understand it. Even your people who work at the local level as your finance officers, about 60% of them totally get it. And so I'm sitting here, I'm looking and thinking about Joey for a minute. What if this, what you're talking about, a value-based payment scheme, was over and above the BEP? In other words, a BEP is still in place and takes care of the things that it takes care of, but that because in education reform, if you take altruism and you put money moving at the same direction, so it just doesn't destroy a whole bunch of people's careers on the way, but instead gets where you're going, those are the reforms that tend to take hold. So it's just going through my brain here about such an incentive scheme or something put in place over on top of the BEP formula, which the state has increased and increased and increased and increased.
Yeah, Commissioner James,
I'm a staffer. I'm sorry. I'm just trying to keep everybody together. It's just I couldn't help myself.
Yeah, Commissioner Staffer James, I just couldn't agree more. Again, the history of value-based payment, it's not like a light switch. They didn't just flick it on. It was a slow dimmer switch that phased in over time. There's no reason and you have other states that have tried this. Florida, you can talk to Governor Bush. He has tried different types of incentive payments for different types of subjects. But I do think it should be on top of with some of the surges of funding that you're going to be receiving from the federal government. Some of that's going to be formula-based or hands will be tied. There'll be some that will be more flexible, and it gives you a chance to try some pilots for this. And do it in partnership with your districts. This wasn't CMS bureaucrats that came up with the value-based quality measures. It was volunteer groups of doctors through an independent organization that came up with the measures, and then they got folded into the government system. So there's all sorts of ways here, I think, to kind of explore that. Thank you, Staffer Commissioner James.
Joey.
Hey, thanks, John. I really appreciate listening to you. Lots of good things to think about. I want to go back just a little bit to the online component. Tennessee schools, districts across the state are working through this process. For a matter of fact, some people are actually paying Florida virtual schools to use their curriculum. So there are people popping up. There are different companies. Another place in Tennessee, some of you will be familiar. Mr. Rothermel, Dobbins Bennett XL at high school, they're doing a really good job. But Tennessee right now has a challenge. Everybody's trying to do it their way, so everybody's kind of, it seems like, working again in silos. When you have a situation like Florida where it's already put together. So I just wanted you guys to know that, for me, I've checked for next year. I think schools have to have a virtual option. We're going to open up. We've been open all year, but I have some kids that need to be online. It'll cost between $1,100 and $3,200 per kid, so that's something that has to be in the equation. But John, thanks a lot. I just wanted to kind of point that out about Tennessee using the Florida virtual school option.
Yeah, I mean, I thank you so much, and thanks for all that you're doing too with your kids. I didn't mention that because that introduces a whole nother element too, in terms of like there are Arizona Digital Prep, there's Florida Virtual School, you have other sort of providers of virtual courses. But again, your school systems could choose from. It just brings in a whole nother layer of challenge because then it's like Tennessee money going over to Florida, going to Arizona. And also, again, like I just want to start from the premise that you have some rock star teachers that are doing incredible things on Zoom and WebEx. And, and in some ways, like I don't want to make light of this. Like the COVID and this pandemic is unprecedented. It's challenging and it's terrible. But it also, there could never have been a better time for this to have arrived. Like, think about if this had happened 5 years ago, none of us would be able to have this conversation on WebEx. Kids would not be having access to a ton of the online options that they have now. And so we need to take advantage of that. It's never been cheaper in some ways to launch an online course because of the platforms that are out there and because some of the other tools and services. And so, again, like I want Tennessee to be bolder than Florida. I want Tennessee to be more innovative than Florida. Like, don't just replicate them, beat them. Go further and go ahead with the tools that you have available for you today.
John, this is Glenn Swift. Again, thank you very much for this inspirational. I'm reminded of years ago when the web started coming along, Web 1.0. A lot of investments went in that. We humans didn't quite know how to utilize that technology. So what I'm struck with, the main message you're saying is the application of the technology that's being employed here is very powerful, and we need to get beyond the NIH factor and use that and try to do lab prototypes and all. So, I applaud that. Just keep doing what you're doing there. Thank you.
I'll try. Yeah, Commissioner Swift, I think, the one thing COVID did is it didn't really improve the technology. It just got us all over the psychological bridge of, right? Like, I mean, just think about it. If like a year ago, I had called you, Commissioner Swift, and said, hey, let's set up a Zoom. You'd think like I was some weirdo. And, you still think I'm a weirdo. Like, let's just put that on the record. But like, it feels less uncomfortable and strange now. And yes, it's clunky. Yes, we're all still figuring out like, yeah, you're on mute and I don't know how to share my screen, but we're all more comfortable with it. And so how do you take that psychological comfort, recognizing some of the bad experiences a lot of kids have had, and how do we build on that? And again, it may just be like the wrong thing to do is put a kid in front of a Zoom for 8 hours a day for a school, but maybe it's the right thing to have a kid on a Zoom for an hour in the evenings. Right? Maybe that's the right amount of dosage in the right amount of targeted way, and the kids are familiar with it, and teachers are familiar, and that's what's going to be the accelerant. Like, that's the thing I think we need to think about and wrestle with a little bit.
Yeah. Identifying those applications that have the greatest potential and sharing that and letting people try. And you only fail if it's the last time you try.
That's correct. Yeah.
Any more questions from the commissioners? John, I cannot tell you how much we appreciate your perspective and your views. You definitely have given us a lot to think about and to consider, and certainly have challenged us once again to think about this from a moonshot perspective, which I think we will, sounds like at least three of us have already started adopting in our commentary.
Well, great. I stand at the ready to help and support you all with whatever you do, but thanks so much for what you're doing, and thanks for letting me be a small part of it. So great to see you all.
Appreciate it.
All right, take care.
Commission members, we are well off schedule, and we have skipped one of our breaks. If you guys would like to take a quick bathroom break, I would welcome that. If not, we can keep rolling. Totally up to you. Okay, so let's do a 2-minute break. I hope that's okay. Okay, 2 minutes.
Madam Chair, this is some good stuff, huh? This is a good conversation.
It's a really good conversation. And Sam, we appreciate you stepping in and sharing this truncated version of what you'll be sharing broadly next week.
Absolutely. I'm excited, and I can do a warp speed version.
Excellent. I appreciate it. Yeah, this has been a really strong discussion today. I could be in meetings like this all the time if we just have great speakers, you know? Just to feed someone's brain, it's just exciting.
Fabulous brain candy. It absolutely is. I mean, imagine, I just can't wait till we can, we could just make a proper day of it so we're not, locking somebody in a chair for, 8 hours or whatever. But, it was really nice to meet out at Nashville State. It would be great to do that again.
Yeah, I think that we should plan on that in like May timeframe, I'm guessing. Of course, we'd have to consult with our resident doctors.
Absolutely. And all of those incentives to put them on top of the PEP. That'd be, you don't want to disadvantage, but I think especially with the type of surplus we have and the excellent fiscal management of the state and the things that are going on there, we're in a very unique place to be able to make some real positive changes there.
I totally agree with you on that.
Oh, gosh.
Hey, Elizabeth, while we're on this break, I'm looking at my screen. Oh, this is Michael, by the way. Sorry. I'm looking on my screen, and where it says share, it's asking you to do 3 or 4 different things. Would you mind clicking it or bringing it up when we get into it?
Yes.
Awesome. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Dr. Torrance is with us. Great.
Sorry?
I just said I can't wait to meet you in person, but yeah, I'm glad you're with us.
Oh, thanks, Nathan. I appreciate that. This is what I look like. But the idea of I spend so much time in this thing, Nathan. This is my portable headset. I'm trying to blur the lines between this reality and the others. So I'm figuring that out on a day-to-day basis now.
Okay, Nathan, I think it's time for us to get rolling again. There's 5 of us that are back. So with that, Sam Gujar from SCORE is joining us to talk about getting a sneak peek to a post-secondary report that they're actually officially releasing next Thursday, I think, or something like that, the next week or so. If you can probably get an invitation to the actual full report. Given our time constraints, she's truncated the presentation slightly, but it seemed valuable for all of us to hear a little bit of what they're seeing in the post-secondary space. So with that, Sam, I'm going to turn it over to you.
Absolutely. Thank you. And excited to kick off the higher education portion of you all's meeting here. And thank you so much. It's an honor to be with all of you commissioners today, and excited to share some of the background on this report that we're releasing next Thursday. I did drop a link to the registration in the chat. So I am going to share my screen. I know John Bailey said there's some psychological mentality here. Hopefully I'm sharing correctly. I think I'm getting used to it by now. But the report's called Going Higher, Recommendations for Increasing Post-Secondary Completion and Success in Tennessee. That's a mouthful, but really what we did with this report is we started out under the backdrop of the pandemic. This started pre-pandemic, but the work that we did was during this time period. We wanted to look back at the last 10 years of higher education reform in Tennessee, knowing that a lot has been done, going back to 2010 with the Complete College Tennessee Act, where Tennessee centered our state around a system focused on completion and outcomes. And Dr. Michael Torrance, who will go after me, can speak to, just all of his perspective on what that means. But knowing that we had that, and then we had a couple years later, Tennessee Promise, which again changed the college-going conversation in Tennessee when we became the first state in the nation to offer high school graduates 2 years of community or technical college tuition-free. So SCORE took a step back and wanted to review and evaluate how well these reforms are working, knowing that these are processes toward an outcome, and wanting to figure out what else needs to be done to support students. And I mentioned with the backdrop of the pandemic, knowing that a lot more is going to need to be done to accelerate the work in our state. So over the last 10 years, our post-secondary attainment rate has climbed, and this is any adult in our population ages 24 to 65, I believe the working age population, who has a degree or credential based on census data. So this is our attainment rate. It's climbed nearly 50% over the last decade, which is huge and a testament to these reforms that we have made. But we have found, and through our process and research, that while our policy foundations have been instrumental to this progress to date, it's not yet turned into widespread opportunity and success for all Tennesseans, and this is especially troubling in light of the pandemic and the economic recession that we are in and the recovery that's needed that you all are charged with thinking about and putting forth recommendations on. And so despite this improvement, you can see the completion gaps that exist across student racial breakdown. So you look at the overall population of white students in our state with completion rates, and these are students that start at an institution and complete within 6 years. White students are 54%, and you can see Hispanic students at 45.8, and then our Black students are at just over 35%. And so these gaps are troubling, and we want to do something about it, and that's what we are making some recommendations around in our report. So why does this matter? Why is it important to ensure opportunity and equity in completion? And as I mentioned, now more than ever, it's important that we're supporting students, because in our current economy, having a high school degree is not enough. The economic benefits of a post-secondary credential are clear. I know Commissioner Yolanda Jones will know this better than anyone, but the average annual wage for a high school graduate that's going straight into the workforce without any post-secondary training makes on average $13,000 a year. That's not a livable wage for any individual. And average annual earnings for bachelor's degree holders on average are $30,000 more than those without a credential. So we know that it's important that we ensure more students have the opportunity and the choice to get a credential or degree. And especially as we looked at the last 2 recessions, we saw that there was a widening gap between those students that had a high school diploma and those that had a post-secondary credential. And then we analyzed some data within the pandemic of those decisions that students make when they're in high school. And and I know everyone's paying attention to the enrollment drop of community colleges in particular. And 75% of households across the nation noted that they changed a decision based on, like, are we going to go to am I going to go to college this fall? 75% of households made a change in their decision, and then this number was especially exacerbated among students from low-income backgrounds as well. And so I'll show quickly the data I was speaking to on the widening employment gap that we saw in the last 2 recessions. And I would imagine that it's just, who knows what this chart will look like if you extend it out a year from now, but we're hoping that we can do something about this and to close this gap. And so what we did to develop this report is we, as I mentioned, looked back at the last 10 years, analyzed the data across student subgroups. We did interviews with policymakers and those that were making those decisions for the Complete College Tennessee Act and Tennessee Promise. And then we also spoke to institutions of higher education directly. We talked to Dr. Michael Torrance. We talked to Commissioner Yolanda Jones and many, many others to get a sense of, with COVID-19 as the backdrop, wanting to hear directly from these state leaders to better understand how to accelerate and build on the work for the next decade in Tennessee. So these are some of the key themes from that listening tour. Leadership can make all the difference in the lives of students who, I know Commissioner Dolores Gresham used to always say on the Senate floor that it matters who governs. Well, it matters who leads an institution of higher education for students in their lives. And the second key theme was seeing, and this is something Dr. Torrance spoke specifically to, needing to make data use systemic and proactive at institutions, using the relevant data they have to really guide the student-based decisions. And then a key theme that we heard across the state was that economic development is a priority at the state level, but within regions, it's not something that is truly aligned across education initiatives, and so needing to see more of that. And then strategic investments are needed to deliver on these equitable opportunities that we need to see. So, of course, this is something we all know and understand, but needing to make sure that investments are targeted to combat these challenges that we're seeing. So the 5 key recommendations we make in the report, we'll release these in much more detail next Thursday, and I'm happy to expand on any of them. We just wanted to give you all a sneak preview of what we will be recommending, because we didn't want to surface these challenges, the barriers. We want to show what the opportunity is for our state. And so through these recommendations, the first is we want to see there a focus on student equity and goal setting, reporting, and data transparency for Tennessee. And so what we think this should look like is for the state to articulate and embrace a statewide goal focused on increasing post-secondary completion rates for Black, Hispanic, and lower-income Pell-eligible students by 2028, and then close all completion gaps by 2035. So we kind of tee up what a goal could be, but think it's important that as a state, we have an attainment goal overall. But as you can see with those completion gaps, we really think that a goal needs to be spotlighted and highlighted, and we need to truly monitor progress as a state on closing those gaps. Next, align Tennessee's post-secondary system to the future of workforce. We think that the state can do this by developing a statewide strategic plan for education to workforce alignment that prioritizes high quality, high demand credentials. It's one thing to get a student through the pipeline and get them with a post-secondary degree or credential, but wanting to make sure that has value in the workforce and that they're able to get a good job and have all the opportunities that they deserve. The third, reinvent credential delivery for Tennessee public higher education. And so with the Complete College Tennessee Act of 2010, it really laid out a vision for a unified community college system. And so within this recommendation, we are calling on the state and the Tennessee Board of Regents to really embrace that even more, and to develop one recommendation within this one that we have is think that the state should have a common application for all community colleges so that students have the ability to enter the system at any institution that they so choose, and have that make that process more seamless for students. Number 4, increase student success with Tennessee transfer pathways. One of our big findings in our research was that students are not utilizing the Tennessee transfer pathways, and this is when a student starts at a community college and is able to matriculate onto a four-year university through a program that's aligned, and that's being underutilized in our state. And so wanting to see a greater emphasis on that and think that we need to be studying the efficacy of the transfer pathways and ensuring that students have the available supports to be able to be on a pathway that's successful. And then the last one, ultimately want to maintain momentum on student success. As I've spoke to, Tennessee's done a lot to increase student success over the last decade, and we want to see that continued for the next 10 years. And so we think that there should be an overarching coordinated strategy for developing and implementing evidence-based programs that we know work for students, like school counseling and advising, like non-tuition supports for students with completion grants, and want to see more students have the ability to be dually admitted and co-admitted to different institutions and programs. So there's a lot here in these recommendations. We'll further unpack them next week in our report release event, and hope that you all will tune in, and we'll be sure to share it with this commission, because I think that you all are a primary audience and able to act on these things and put them forward for our state. So I will do my best to try to stop sharing screen here, and happy to answer any questions, but just wanted to give you all the warp speed, big and bold vision for higher education that we see, and thank you for the time.
This is Glenn Swift. Thank you very much for that insight. Wondering, have you folks done some consideration to go in the next step beyond education and going into career? And what's the industry saying about the talent pool that we're producing here in Tennessee? Is it where it needs to be? What particular? So how do we better connect with industry?
Yes, sir. That's a great question. And through our process, we did speak to employers and business leaders to try to get a sense of that. And so, I think something that we saw was that a lot of times education leaders ask the business community, well, what do we need to be doing? Just like broad, open-ended questions. And what we found is that we need to be like making decisions together so that everyone is aligned and you're not just being transactional or and I think it goes both ways. We saw we don't want the business community to just be complaining and saying, well, education is not setting students up for success once they get to us. And so I think meeting in the middle is something that we saw a lot of a theme on. And I think that within our recommendation on aligning education with workforce, we're recommending that there be, the state needs to tap into some employer-led advisory councils within different regions of the state so that education and workforce and business and industry leaders are together trying to solve for some of the challenges to better align with those regional needs. So we're not creating dead-end credentials for students, but they're actually meaningful in the workforce.
Vice Chair Vaughn.
Hey, Samantha, thank you. Nice work there. One thing I would like to I would like to encourage the report to do. When you talk about post-secondary, I think a lot of times people assume that is automatically going to college. We have a group of kids right now in their early 20s that kind of were, if you don't go to college, you can't be successful. TCAT offers so much. When you talk about those credentialing programs, there's so much that offers. So I think we need to do a really good job of defining what post-secondary means, because a lot of times people think you've got to go to college. And college is great for a lot of people, but those TCATs do so much for so many kids. So, but thank you for your work.
Yeah, absolutely, Commissioner Vaughn. And I think we're using this report as a starting point to be talking about these issues. And I think that whenever we get the chance to shout certain parts of this from the rooftops, that's an important point to start with our definition of college, because when I say college and post-secondary throughout, I'm meaning technical college, community college, four-year residential university, four-year regional university, all any formal training and education beyond high school would fall into the college bucket. And I think that we need to, charge our state and get that in front of students and parents and families as much as possible.
I'd like to recognize Commissioner Chisholm Burns and afterwards Senator Gresham.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Samantha, thanks for a great presentation. I'm going to piggyback on something that Glenn said, but I'm going to ask the question from the opposite end, which is the end of the student or the graduate. What do we know about job placement? If I send little John to school to be X, I want little John to be X. So what do we know about job placement? In my world, for accreditation, we have to do 6 months or post-graduation job placement. Number of graduates, do they have a job? And then we also have a satisfaction that goes to the graduate to see if that's the job, an acceptable job. So that's the name of the game at the end of the day, right?
Yes, and I think that's an excellent question, and I think that, one of the big reasons why, I think Dr. Michael Torrance, who will go after me, spoke a lot of the data gaps we have in our state, and I think that I'm going to go to that. I think that needing as a state to better understand and have a clearer picture of where are our graduates going? Are they successful once they're there in that placement of the job, like you're speaking to, Commissioner? What does that look like? I think there's a lot of gaps in what we know about that, the alignment to workforce, and from the student end, once they're there, what's happening? So I think that as a state, being more transparent and having that information more readily available so we even know what the gaps are, because I think you have to know that as a starting point to be able to do something about it. So I hope that answers your question. That's just my initial thinking on it. We need to better understand in terms of job placement, how we're performing as a state, as our systems of higher education are performing. What is that even, as a starting point, where are we? And I think as a state, we need to better understand that.
I agree. To me, that seems like a key piece of information, because that is I play chess. That's the end goal. That's the end game.
Yes, I agree 100%, and think that, through our work and some data requests we put in, that should be a key thing that we're looking at as a state. Absolutely.
Commissioner Gresham?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Hey, Sam, good to see you.
Hi, Chairman Gresham.
I think more a comment rather than a question, but I think it's a truism that we all know that one cannot be successful in post-secondary if they're not successful in K through 12. And so what we know, and Lou just confirmed for me, is that the percentage needing learning support or remediation in at least one subject is about 60% at a community college. Lou says that we are making some headway with the sales program, but that the prospects are grim for the near future. And so the question that I asked him is, what's the true value of a high school diploma in Tennessee? And with the information like that of 60% of our high school graduates needing remediation is not a good metric. So I understand that the work you've done, and when you put that out there, the very first thing you said was high school is not enough. You're more than right. High school is not enough, and it's not happening there, evidently. So the task ahead of us is even more so than perhaps we had dreamed of. But that's not to say we go back to that phrase that one of the commissioners used earlier, and that is, we've got to dream big. So thanks for coming, Sam. Thanks for the information. Sure appreciate your work.
Absolutely, Commissioner Gresham. And this was already a comprehensive report, and if we could have put more on there, it would have been just that. I think that we speak to and make the point that there needs to be stronger school counseling and advising services to students transitioning from high school to post-secondary, but I think that that's just going to be a Band-Aid if the system isn't serving students well. So I agree.
Sam, thank you so much. There's, I'm sure, a ton more questions we could ask, but we do need to keep moving with our agenda. So thank you very much for being here. We very much appreciate it.
Thank you.
Commission members, we have 3 more speakers, and so I'm estimating we'll probably be at least half an hour over time. I just wanted you all to be aware that we will likely be stopping at around 12:30 as opposed to 12. So putting that in the back of your head in case you have other things going on. But this has been a wealth of knowledge. It's been a great morning so far, so I appreciate everyone's input, and I know we've been all waiting for this. Next up, I'd like to recognize Jacob Kramer, who's with Tennessee Higher Education Commission, to share with us a THEC student COVID survey. We talked a lot over the past fall about not having a lot of educator input or student input, and so it seemed like a good opportunity for us to learn a little bit more about what students experienced during the COVID shutdown. So I recognize you, Jacob.
Yes, hello and good morning, everyone. My name is Jacob Kramer, and I'm a research analyst at the Tennessee Higher Education Commission. And today I'm going to be sharing with you an overview of some recent survey research our agency conducted to assess how COVID-19 has affected Tennessee students and their educational plans. Now that you know what I look like, I will go ahead and share my screen with you so we can talk more about that. Okay, you should now see my screen, but if you don't for any reason, please let me know. But before I get started, I will say thank you very much for extending the invitation for me to be here today, and I'm very much looking forward to sharing this information with you. This is information that we shared with our agency's commission last month, so I suspect much of this information today is going to be repetitive, especially for Commissioner Scarlett. But I have divided my presentation today into 5 parts. I'll begin by giving you an overview of the survey itself and of the sorts of questions we asked of students. Next, I'll talk about the sampling, including both how we identified students and how many of those students responded. Then I'll share a summary of what we found and of the implications of those findings. And then to close, I'll be glad to discuss any questions or thoughts you may have about the survey research project. Regarding the survey instrument, in total, it consisted of 22 items or questions related to 6 different topics. First, we asked if housing, personal income, and family income were affected. Then we gathered some general enrollment characteristics from fall 2020, such as whether the student was taking exclusively online coursework in the semester. Then we assessed the likelihood of the students anticipating changes to their educational plans because of COVID. We also assessed students' concerns related to the pandemic and their satisfaction with how their college or university responded to the COVID crisis. And then at the close of the survey, we asked students what colleges could do to better serve them. To validate these questions, we had the survey reviewed internally by THEC and TSAC staff, and we also solicited feedback from our institutional partners. For selecting and sampling students, we identified those who were enrolled in fall 2020 using the enrollment census records provided by the community colleges and the universities. From those undergraduate students for whom we had a valid email address on record, we took a stratified random sample of 30,000 students so that each institution would be proportionally represented. And to better explain what I just said, I'll give you an example. If Chattanooga State represented 4% of the total undergraduate enrollment in fall 2020, we made sure that Chattanooga State represented 4% of the students in our sample of 30,000 students. From those 30,000 invitations, we received over 1,700 complete responses, and then after data cleaning, we used 1,686 in our survey analysis. And I realize we might be a little short on time, so I will say if anyone is interested in learning more about our survey decision-making or our methodology, I would be more than happy to discuss that after today. Just let me know. But in terms of the respondent demographics who responded to the survey, they were primarily female students, white students, in their senior year, and were enrolled full-time. Additionally, the majority of respondents also indicated that they were taking exclusively online coursework in fall 2020. The table you see on the screen shows how the enrollment by sector was represented in the sample and how that compared to the responses we received. 42% of the students in our analysis sample came from the community colleges, 35% from the LGI universities, and 23% from students within the University of Tennessee system. Now that you know a little bit more about what we did and about the students who responded, let's talk about what we found out. We first asked students if COVID-19 had personally affected them in terms of their housing situation, their personal income, and their family income. Here, you can see that more than 1/4 of respondents indicated having their housing situation affected. A considerably larger percentage of students, however, roughly 60%, indicated having personal and family income affected. Apart from some slight variations across sectors, the proportion of students reporting being affected in each category was largely consistent. On the survey, we asked students if they anticipated meeting graduation requirements in fall 2020. For the students who did not expect to meet graduation or degree requirements by the end of fall 2020, which was about 75% of our analysis sample, we asked how likely they were to make changes to their educational plans because of COVID-19. The graph you see here represents the proportion of respondents who indicated that they were either likely or highly likely to make that change. Here, we can see that consistent across all sectors, a greater share of students reported some likelihood of postponing graduation. For all respondents, we asked how concerned they were about several items because of the pandemic. For this, we used a 5-point scale, with 1 being not concerned at all and 5 being very concerned. On the table you see here, I've included the average response for each item, along with the percent of respondents who indicated they were concerned or very concerned. From this, we can quickly see that 71% of students were concerned with their personal well-being, and roughly 68% were concerned with being able to take full-time coursework. Next, we asked how satisfied students were with how their institution responded to the COVID crisis, pertaining, in this case, to the precautions taken. So, for example, limiting on-campus activities, the speed to respond, or how quickly the college responded to safety concerns, and with information sharing, or how well the college did in keeping the student informed. This, too, used a 5-point scale ranging from 1 being highly dissatisfied to 5 being highly satisfied. Overall, students were generally satisfied with how the institution responded to COVID, though the average satisfaction score and the proportion of satisfied students was the lowest for the precautions taken. We concluded the survey with a single open-ended question. Based on your situation, what could your college do to better support you? To this question, 803 students submitted valid, usable responses. The word cloud you see here displays the top 20 occurring words across those responses, with online classes being the most prominent. I've included a few comments here, for example, but responses generally fell into 3 broad categories. In no particular order, the first being the need to improve the online or distance education experience. A common sentiment shared by students, as you see here, was, I feel I'm not getting everything I should be from my courses. As another student said, provide easier ways to access financial aid and ways to make that process faster, which represents the second bucket of responses, the need for supplemental financial aid and support. The third, the need for better communication and transparency, may be demonstrated by this student's comment, who expressed, I wish the local campus where I am would better inform us of what's going on. So after all of this information, we have to ask ourselves the question, so what? From the findings, I would suggest 3 principal implications or takeaways. The first being that the survey helps to underscore that students are facing additional stressors outside of their education, especially considering that 71% indicated some concern with their personal well-being, and with many students expressing concern both with their mental health and with their ability to cope with distance learning modalities during the pandemic. The second implication is that with roughly a third of students indicating some likelihood they would postpone graduation, and with nearly 70% of respondents who expressed concern with their ability to take full-time coursework, we may also expect some delays in undergraduates' time to degree. The third and final implication here is that we can say there is a need to improve the student experience in online or distance education. Survey respondents highlighted some potential areas for improvement, which include, but are certainly not limited to, communicating clear course expectations up front, providing online student support as well as access to campus resources, adequately preparing instructors to teach in an online environment, and ensuring correspondence between the instructor and the student is regular and well maintained. Also, relative to the implications of these survey findings, we've provided customized reports for each of the colleges represented in our sample so that campus level decision makers can see both how their college was represented in our study, as well as see what students from their college were reporting to us on the survey. And with that, I certainly thank you for your attention, and I'd be happy to entertain any questions you may have. I will keep the slides up just for a moment in case anyone has questions on a particular slide and would like me to navigate back to it. I've also included my email address at the bottom of the slide in case anyone has questions following today's meeting and wants to reach out and chat separately. But again, thank you so much for your attention and for the invitation to be here today.
Thank you so much, Jacob. I'd like to open up the floor to questions. Mr. Chisholm-Burns.
Thank you, Jacob, for a great report. As you were doing your report, it made me go to my student experience survey because I need to go through it anyway. So this gave me that opportunity because I got mine 2 days ago. So did the student's voice, at least that's what I'm seeing in this report, they hit on the things that you talked about, mostly concerns with their studies, then concerns with their well-being, at least in the percentages that I see. And then it went to financial concerns. Did they ask for more scholarships, more money? Did you see that as a trend in the overall data? They wanted less tuition cost, that sort of thing, because they felt it was online.
Right, and that's a very good question. And I'd mentioned here that in the open-ended responses, when we asked them what could the college do to better support them, the second bucket of responses pertain to financial aid in some way. It was a kind of a spectrum of what students were reporting. Many students were reporting general financial support, such as the aid that was supplied by means of the CARES Act, so general funding and general support. Others were expressing leniency when it comes to scholarship guidelines and scholarship maintenance requirements, which might illustrate a kind of a lapse in communication because TSAC did suspend several scholarship requirements because of the pandemic. So that might serve to illustrate that despite best efforts, some students just didn't get the right information they needed about their scholarship. So, for example, having an additional semester of Tennessee Promise eligibility or suspending the GPA requirements pertaining to the Hope Scholarship because so many courses went to a pass-fail format.
How about tuition reduction?
That was mentioned at times, some form of tuition reduction, more specifically related to online classes. So not necessarily overall tuition, but the additional cost associated with having to take a class online. So with there being an online maintenance fee, having that not assessed to the student amidst the pandemic.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Thank you so much for being here today, Jacob. We really appreciate it. Bye. So with that, I would like to welcome an ever-patient Dr. Michael Torrance. He's the president of Montville State Community College. Michael, I see that you're with us, but we don't see you yet. Oh, look, you're presenting something, I think. There you are. Welcome.
Thank you for having me. If you're ready, I'm ready. I think I'm standing.
You are recognized. You've got the mic. Let's go.
Okay. I think I'm standing between everyone and lunch, so let's get at it. One, thank you to the commission for having me. Michael Torrance, Montville State Community College, and thank you for recognizing the chair. Teaching, Innovation, Learning, and Training, or TILT. This is one of our strategic initiatives that we've started in the last several years. What it is in terms of the discussion around ripples and fissures, if you understand or you've seen a volcano erupt, you know that it ripples and it fissures, meaning that it breaks apart, and then as it cools, it brings things back together. This is the way that I look at the only time that I will say this word during this presentation, education versus skills, training, innovation, learning, and teaching. And I'm specifically going to stay away from the word because some of folks look at it and they have a different type of connotation. And that is south of the Middle Tennessee 40 interstate, there's rural and then ultra-rural, conservative and ultra-conservative. And understanding the rhetoric and understanding of definitions of words, wordplay is important to get our point across here. So talking about teaching, information communication technologies or information communication tech, I think some of you are probably looking at them right now. You may have them in your pockets, your purses. You got one in your car if you have a newer vehicle where you touch screen something and it's a mobile device of some sort. These are the types of tools that students that are coming up through pre-K to post-secondary education. And I want to give a definition of post-secondary education. Post-secondary education is any education that takes place after you finish high school, irrespective of the definitions and denominations we want to give them. So as we move to this idea and this concept of STEAM, science, technology, engineering, AQ, which is aviation, agribusiness, and art. Business, or mathematics and business. Business is a silent B. I'm an English major by trade, so I took license with putting that B at the end. But in parentheticals, you'll see an E. That B stands for entrepreneurship. I think you would all agree, and I'll go out on a limb here, that the purpose for any teaching, innovation, learning, and training or tilting towards success is the idea that when you go through any process, specifically with education, right? I said it once more, the purpose is to go and become employed, gainfully employed, to impact economic and community development, to have that ripple to regional economic and community development, and ultimately to GDP. So we're focused on skills, and those workforce skills are in your theater classes, in your speech classes, but also in your robotics classes. At Montville State, we're lucky to have world-class robotics training. So you think that's bright and airy right in front of you, where we're utilizing this as a tool to reach out and connect with students from elementary school, middle school, high school, and those who are transitioning. So we like to call them trainees, not students. They're trainees. Additionally, we're working with businesses and industries such as Nissan, Bridgestone, Schwann's, and others that need robotics. In a 500-mile radius in the last 3 years, the number of robotics or robots has increased from where we are in southern Middle Tennessee from about 750 to over 3,000. So the idea that students need this and access to it in rural areas as it does impact agribusiness. The last time you want to take a peek at John Deere, you'll recognize that they will say that their tractors are no longer tractors, but they are large sensors, and that they own the right to work on them, not the people who purchased them. Another conversation for another time. So the workforce skills we're focused on have to do with mechatronics, robotics, and asterisk R. I have not copywritten that yet, but I will. Asterisk R equals VR plus AR, virtual reality plus mixed reality, augmented reality times mixed reality times extended reality, XR. The reason I have these all together and jumbled because as I said in the outset, if you were listening but not on break, sometimes I'm in this headset beside me so much, I'm trying to determine which reality is the real reality. Why is this important? I see that we have a physician, as well as others in industry, a part of the call. The use of virtual reality and augmented reality and extended reality is taking place across all industries, all domains. We're using this to troubleshoot. We're using this to be cost effective. Large regional economic development centers are using this to digital twin their areas to save on costs as they think about where they want to plant, where they want to build, and what they want to seed so they can yield positive impact in their communities. Digital twinning is a term, if you're not familiar with it, get familiar with it. Utilize it, exercise it, save yourself some costs. Blockchain. The idea behind blockchain is that all of the things that are in our quote-unquote digital wallets, they're connected. The digital wallet should be a wallet, that is a skilled wallet, that anytime someone completes some type of credential, they are able to simply backpack it, put it in their pocket, and take it with them. Employers are ready at the go. When someone walks through some sort of HR function and they say, I can or I can't do this, and I can show you proof that I have it right here on my mobile device. Web 3.0, which is the next iteration of the web, is tied with a little bit of personal sovereignty and open networks, communications that tie to the ability for people to take more control over their personal, as well as tying it in with the existing uses of Web 2.0. Obviously, you're all aware of cyber and cyber defense and cybersecurity and the need for that inside of everything that we do, from McDonald's all the way up through Bank of America. EV and PV, or performance vehicles and electric vehicles, is not just prevalent, but it's going to become the new norm. As you've seen over the next 4 years and the next decade, industries and automotives will move towards making this the common denominator, moving away from different types of fuels to save cost and increase efficiency, and obviously to reduce the carbon footprint. Communications plus gaming, it equals X. It's an unknown. I wish I had data that I would want to talk about. There's data out there to suggest the impact of gaming, and there's some slides forthcoming. Next slide, please, that shares what gaming has done, what it looks like, how it impacts people's brains and development. I live with a 12-year-old, and you notice I said that he doesn't live with me, but I live with a 12-year-old. So Fortnite and all other sorts of engagement with playing games and the impact of that on a person, you can see these slides for yourselves. But I wanted to talk about digital media as a point of emphasis. You can see this list here that talks about some of the components that digital media encompasses. What's really important is that we don't move away from the idea that human beings are the most important component in this as we continue to develop. People matter most. So as we think about esports and serious games, so serious games have to do with the idea of dealing with things that we don't like to talk about publicly, such as rape, such as serious assaults. But these are tools that can be used to increase the efficacy of ethics and morality. And if you've ever seen Clockwork Orange, a show of hands, okay, you remember when the hooligans went and did some very bad things at the movie, and the lead protagonist was behaviorally altered by watching the film over and over again. So think about that in terms of the serious game. This device here that I carry around with me like my bank card is my tetherless VR headset. Within it, on the go, whether I'm at Publix, Panera, Starbucks, I'm trying to have converse so people understand that this isn't just about playing games, but it's also about creating skills. So there's also OER, or additive manufacturing, such as driving a forklift, working on a power line, opportunities and options within this headset. One of the things that I've been engaged with over the last several years is pilot training next. I am an Air Force veteran. The U.S. Air Force has taken the use of VR and created space where they've saved millions, shaved down the time in which it takes to complete their flight program from 13 months to 6 months, utilizing virtual reality. Are the skills the same? Yes. The pilots still come out with flying colors. Next slide, please. Lastly, when we talk about teaching, innovation, learning, and training, it is not shorted without any focus on the academy's literature review. It goes backwards to Bloom's taxonomy and some other things, Maslow's hierarchy of needs, et cetera, et cetera. But our students today are different. If we continue to stick with Piaget's development theories of how a young person develops, I think we're sorely mistaken. Students have access to information at a greater rate than they've ever had, ever, right? I think there have been some slides or shows or depictions of children in the womb holding phones and calling out. So the idea of information access is pervasive. So what does that mean? Developmentally, our children are different at early and earlier ages, but it doesn't mean that they're mature. So the digital native understanding and utilizing, as some of our colleagues have said before, people saying that they feel underprepared, they're absolutely underprepared. Playing video games is not the same thing as navigating a student management system or a learning management system for the purposes of gaining a skill so that you can move towards gainful employment. So what I've listed here is access to some definitions and access to some tools that I've used over the last decade or so. And then my partner that I've been working with out of Mississippi for the last 4 years, Lobaki Inc. When there was no one to talk to about virtual reality in 2011, when I had the first DK1 headset, I found someone in Denver at the time that would talk to me about it because I saw the uses of it. The ability for it to be used as an effective and efficient tool, not just in higher education, but as a training modality across all business and industry. It fits where it fits. It does not fit where it doesn't fit. So we need to understand that. You'll see the neurology of gaming. It's just another example of the science behind, because we want to use evidence-based practices. We don't just want to say we want to do something because we feel like it. We want to use evidence-based practices as we engage in this new wild west. I am happy to open it up for questions. I have lots more to say, but like I said, I know that I'm between you and lunch.
Dr. Torrance, that was a lot of fascinating information. I would love to open it up to the commission for questions. Well, I have one. Dr. Torrance, you mentioned, obviously, in how you're defining post-secondary is kind of literally what happens after high school or secondary school. What are your thoughts in regards to all this, specifically as it ties to high school and even lower grades? Because to your point about kids have such access to technology and are able to make use of it, let's say probably similar to many of us on the phone, like how we used to be able to make use of VHS players or beta players before our parents even thought about what to do with the little cassette thing. But it's changed now, right? It's completely and totally different, as it will be for future generations because technology has changed the way we operate. A lot of what you're describing here, I think, is at a variety of different levels. But how do you bring that down into the lower grades and help teachers or educators and students think differently about how we're really teaching them at the younger grades, so that as they grow up and they advance and they're going to the schools like Motlow State, that they already have some sort of digital awareness to be able to transfer to some of this knowledge?
Framing, Commissioner, and when I say framing, Motlow State, we are not waiting and asking for funds or seeking anything. We're going out and doing it. And what we've created is a 50 stories, 50 stops initiative. So this has us going down to the second, third, fourth, fifth grades and introducing information communication technologies such as literacy, right? Reading first. The second iteration was to bring the headsets to students that are tetherless and engage them in developmentally appropriate content that's framed around their grade bands. I don't have a more complicated answer than that. I think that it's that simple. Engage and make sure that your grade engage appropriately based on the grade band.
Are you reaching down to high school and kind of what are your thoughts about rethinking high school as it stands right now? We tend to talk and operate in a very linear fashion, but it strikes me that you are not operating in a linear fashion.
No I am not. The idea of connectivity and learning and extending learning and access to learning and access to skill development, I truly believe that when a person is ready to do it, they should be allotted the opportunity to do it in an appropriately framed context. I would not want a surgeon to allow me into his OR or her OR with a scalpel unless they were going to help me with a robotic arm that was programmed to do what they were asking me to do. So it's the same thing as we talk about reaching back to secondary school or middle school. The idea that a student can only complete the 9.1 to 9 point, et cetera, and then we have to stop. They should be allowed to move at the rate in which they're ready. And this gets to a conversation about individualized educational plans and why they're for gifted and special ed students and why don't we all have one. And that's another conversation. But I believe that access to the credential, access to the development should be when a student's ready. But absolutely, because they are young people, they need to be monitored.
Dr. Torrance, this is Chris Jones. Really appreciate your time today, and thanks for educating us more about the education at Motlow State and secondary education in general. Of the students that come to you from Tennessee, and I imagine most of your students are coming from Tennessee, what are the couple things that they may be missing or that they could get from elementary, middle, or high school that you don't feel like they're getting in an adequate amount? And be that character development, math, reading, something education related or otherwise. If you wouldn't mind just speaking to that, I'd love to hear your thoughts.
Well, I'm a bit biased, and I'll lead with that. I'm really STEM-centric. My father-in-law is a physician. My mother-in-law is a nurse. My daughter's an engineer. My son thinks he's going to just own whatever my daughter does. So I look at the world through that lens of process mapping and zeros and ones. We spend time talking every day. So in terms of English or reading, writing, and arithmetic, we spend time talking and reading all types of content every day, but we don't spend a lot of time thinking about problem solving and the critical thinking aspects that we all know that we need to be successful. And that should be, in my humble opinion, I would like to see that more framed as a part of the curriculum because it's a part of your everyday life. You can be taught how to think. You can be taught how to problem solve. You can be taught to the degree of acumen that you have to break down barriers and figure out how to connect the dots. I think that that's something that we can all do better. And in terms of preparation, students aren't ill-prepared when they come to us. They're simply underprepared to the tune of, as Senator Gresham alluded to, 60% and sometimes upwards of 78% may need remediation that are coming through. So what does that mean? This concept of access to the content and framing all the time learning, not any time learning, but all the time learning, should be something that we begin to move to culturally, I believe, in the state of Tennessee and beyond. Students think that once the bell rings at the end of the day and they get on a bus or they get in their car, they ride their bike or walk home, that it's over. They don't understand that every piece of information, every engagement, every conversation is a learning opportunity. So I hope that I've given at least two nuggets with my storytelling. Thank you for the question, Commissioner Jones.
Along the same lines, Dr. Torrance, you're describing all the things that students may think that they're just kind of over with. It strikes me that most kids, and I'd have to say probably adults too, don't recognize the fact that there is a footprint of digital media, that regardless of where you go, what you do, how you engage, there's always going to be that digital footprint of you, and it could be on your personal devices or at a broader public level. Do you provide, or are you aware of any great programs that really help educate students at any level about kind of digital media and what that really means and what is, in some cases, truthful or not truthful?
Yes. The unfortunate thing is I don't have a reference group within the state. My colleagues are in Colorado and in Texas that I spend a lot of time talking with them about what they're creating at a systems level, not necessarily just individual, but they're working at the higher education, the TDEX of Colorado and Texas. And they have some great tools where it really gives facets and pillars of what's acceptable practice and what's unacceptable practice for digital footprints. So I'd be happy to share those resources and links with you.
What other questions? Are there any challenges you might have for this commission, Michael?
Dream bigger than you expect. And take your dream from dream and move it to implementation. Fail, but fail fast. And then let's fix it so that we can accelerate what we desire to have happen for the citizens of the state of Tennessee. And the reason that I'm asking for that to be the challenge, I think oftentimes the requests center around resources that are green, sign the check, open the checkbook. That's great, that's awesome. But real systemic and longitudinal change occurs based on working with what we already have instead of saying we don't have this and we need more of what we don't have. So we're working with what we have at this institution, and riddle me crazy, but one day I hope that we're doing so well that the nominations that come from the state will just be that. Thank you from the state, and we've done well enough that we can do all the things we want to do without waiting for an annual cycle of performance funding. So that's where I'm going.
Commissioner Jones? You're on mute.
Me?
Sorry about that. I'm so excited about hearing about the innovation. Is Dr. Torrance gone?
No, I'm still here.
Oh, you just disappeared. I'm sorry. Can you tell us a little bit about how this ties to your industry and how your students are working directly with the industry? Because this is amazing.
Sure. So with the robotics, Automation Robotics Training Center in McMinnville, Tennessee, we connected with Bridgestone because they're right up the road, as well as Nissan. And we're supportive of any institution within our TBR system, but also other board institutions. We've created pathways for training, but also pathways for R&D. For example, with Kasai, North America, we created an opportunity for them to test and build out in real time. Took a few days for them to build out what they were trying to get accomplished on their shop floors. So they came to us and worked in our robotics training lab, created the content, downloaded it on a flash drive, took it back to the shop floor, put it in, and it ran. So their robot was able to create what their engineers had designed. Additionally, with our mechatronics program and nursing and so on and so forth, tying in with our hospitalists, tying in with those who are doing technical skill work with mechatronics, and creating end-of-term capstone projects so that when our students go to work, it's really the onboarding and creation of understanding the culture versus the skill development that's necessary. So those are a couple of examples.
Thank you so much.
Commissioner Swift?
Yes, Michael, this is Glenn Swift. I'd like to add on or get your opinion on cyber, Homeland Security. I would expect you've got a lot of good opinions on that and work you're doing.
Commissioner Swift, unfortunately, and the reason that I say unfortunately, I did interesting work in the United States Air Force, and we are a partner with Microcraft currently, as well as the University of Tennessee Space Institute. So we're having conversations about the importance of cyber and malware, and the pathway for a student that's interested in Twitch coding or being a YouTuber in the 3rd and 4th and 5th grade. And then when they come to our campus and ask, Dr. Torrance, do you have that program? And we say, well, no, I didn't even know what a Twitch coder was. So we're getting prepared for them and we have those programs in place. The deeper conversation and a better answer for you for cyber is that we can't do enough, and we are understaffed with the skill sets needed across the U.S. I'm not asking anyone to lose sleep tonight, but I am asking you to be very, very mindful of what you click on at work, in your homes, and while you're not in your own home network. The threat is real. The threat is real.
So I could draw from that there's a tremendous field of opportunity for our graduates to go out in cyber, homeland security, et cetera, especially those that are adapt to that type of technologies in mental thinking and critical thinking. Okay.
Absolutely. Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
Dr. Torrance, this is Joey Vaughn in Manchester, and I want, first, on a personal note, I want to tell you I have a youngster that is attending Motlow, and your campus has done a really nice job through the online work. You guys have been very receptive. The instructional piece has been good. I'm ready for him to get back into class, which he has some, but the online work has been well done, and your commitment to that shows in your innovations as well. So I appreciate you, sir.
Thank you, Commissioner Vaughn. I appreciate those comments. Before you close me out, can I say one more thing?
Please.
This is systemic to Tennesseans, no matter what part of the country we are in, and because Tennessee is its own country sometimes with East, Middle, and West. That's supposed to be funny with the invisible fences. Okay, never mind. So this is a serious topic, though. Connecting the use of innovation learning and training to some of the things that the governor's been talking about in terms of recidivism, long-term care, and creating spaces for the 14,000 folks who are in some type of retraining so they can come back and be active participants in our economy again. I really believe that this is an option where we used to send people to farms to learn the skills. Now we can send them to the farms and further enhance those skills to extend their engagement in these spaces to keep them focused, so to speak. So I just wanted to add that as another caveat for the use of virtual reality in the emerging technology spaces. Thank you very much for having me.
Thank you so much for being here, Dr. Torrance. We really appreciate your views and perspective. And with that, I would like to recognize Lou Hanneman, who is going to talk us through some of the current innovations that already exist in Tennessee for us to learn about. Lou?
I promise this will not take more than about 90 minutes, so we should be good. Not truly, I jest. Really what I'm going to do is, and these have been kind of around in some way or another for some years now, mostly since 2010, have some of these programs kind of come into being and been implemented by some, if not all, of our institutions, and have all demonstrated some, or in some cases, some success, and in other cases, wild success. I'm going to hit on them each briefly, and then what I'll do is I'll put these into a more substantive brief, and then send that through Nathan and on to the commission members.
And I might end up offering a little color commentary on some of it too. Some of them are pretty extraordinary.
Only because he drafted half of them in some way or another. He didn't pass them, but he drafted them. There's the difference. The transfer pathways. So in 2010, Tennessee took, arguably the biggest step in higher education reform with the Complete College Tennessee Act. And one of the elements in that was this notion that a student coming into a 2-year institution should, on day one, know what their trajectory is, course by course, not just through an associate's degree in 2 years, but through a 4-year degree, should they wish to do so. And, a daunting task, took about, 10,000 man hours and 400 faculty or so over the course of a few months, but we did it. And we started out with a few degree programs, and that number is now up to 50 or 60 degree programs, where a student can literally show up on day one. They're given a sheet of paper that outlines, every semester they need to take, every course, and the sequence for those courses from start to finish. you would think that on the face of it, that this is just, amazing. Passage of time has shown that, our propensity to add asterisks to transfer pathways is pretty rampant. We now have all sorts of iterations of degree programs, caveats from four-year institutions on the transfer of credit. And so, it's been, like I said, about 10 years, probably time to reassess this program and look at those transfer pathways. Are we incenting students into degree tracks that will leave them with paper that is worth something when they go on to that aspire to career? I think that is definitely a conversation worth considering. I think also one of the things that, and Yolanda's been certainly a part of these conversations, this notion of integrating the TCAT credentialing and certifications and industry credentials into that overall 2-year and 4-year degree arc. Because what we know now more than ever, particularly in the engineering and STEM field, is employers want people who know how to do things, not just know about things. And one thing we know about all of our engineers graduating in Tennessee is that they all know how to think about things, but not necessarily how to do them. And this is a problem. And employers want engineers who know how to weld. They want engineers who know, about how things actually fit together because they've done it. And so a lot of conversations around this going on across the state.
Hey, let me add one thing in there, just real quick, if you don't mind. First of all, the commissioners, especially those of you that are outside of the higher education world, this is massive. The transfer pathways things are massive. I mean, you go all over the country, literally when a state figures out 4 transfer pathways, it's time to shoot off fireworks, okay? Now, on the low end, it's about 58. Probably the functional number has been as high as the low 60s for Tennessee. There's nobody else that's gotten to that point. And in terms of what is actionable for this commission has a unique place because you all are not confirmed, you're not running for office. You can come out and say, hey, Higher Education Commission, this is a big deal. Please take a look at it and make sure that it's doing all the things it needs to do. When he says add an asterisk, what that really means is that the 4-year institutions, some of them, have pulled away from that spirit of collaboration which made this such a big deal. Okay, and that means, oh, well, I don't want to take that class and I don't want to take that class from this institution, and it hurts kids. You all have the platform to call on them to make that better.
Absolutely. And the next one, and this, it's really not all that dissimilar, the reverse transfer. So the theory behind this, and certainly allow Nathan to kind of pipe in here as needed. The theory here is that a student, who may or may not begin at a 2-year institution, transfers over to a 4-year institution, and somewhere in the process completes the degree requirements for an associate's degree. Let's say, worst case scenario, the student stops out at some point or another because life happens, and they don't achieve that 4-year degree. Because of this arrangement between the 2 institutions, 2 sectors, the 4-year institution can partner with a 2-year school to actually award an associate's degree because they actually met the requirements. This is important. Again, and you'll hear me say, over and over again, nothing is more important for a graduate from any of our post-secondary institutions. I don't care if it's a 7-week certification program to, a doctoral degree, or someone coming out of, Marie's institution, paper. If you don't have paper that says you are who you say you are, or you can do what you say you can do, until we reach somewhere where, Dr. Torrance was talking about, where you have, here's my proof right here on my device. You need paper. You need a credential that says that. And at every opportunity, we should be embedding those credentials into a student's learning arc. Reverse transfer is really the epitome of that for 4-year students looking back into a 2-year institution. Now, I don't know that it should be just kind of granted arbitrarily, but if there was some intentionality to that associate's degree, I think we ought to recognize it. Nathan, do you have anything to add to that?
So we became the first state in the country, and again, this was one of Senator Gresham's bills. Effectively, the way this happened was you had the University of Texas El Paso, which if anybody here knows anything about Texas, El Paso's way out here, right? They're a whole lot closer to New Mexico than they are any other of the institutions in the Texas system. So they also had El Paso Community College. And what they would do was have a dual admission so that students come into one, as long as they qualified for the other, they were duly admitted into both places. And the two institutions would track it. Now, those of you with doctoral degrees know that if you almost get your doctorate, you're probably coming out with a master's degree. That's happened at the postgraduate level for years and years and years. We became the first state to say we're going to try to make this the norm on the undergraduate level. And we're the only state that I know of that fully integrates, by the way, the private institutions as well, with a couple of exceptions. So, but that's led to thousands of degrees being issued so far.
Awesome. So 15 to finish. This is, honestly, this is a growing phenomenon, but it has some obstacles. The idea of 15 to finish is do whatever it takes to incent students to take 15 credit hours a semester. This is particularly important if you're in a 2-year or a 4-year institution. And there's several reasons for this. One, you'll actually graduate on time. And by on time, I do mean, within 4 years and or 2 years at the associate degree level. Why is that? If you just think about it, semester to semester, a typical 2-year degree is going to be 60 hours. Typical 4-year degree, engineering notwithstanding, is going to be about 120 semester hours. Well, at the federal level, financial aid is pegged at 12 hours to meet full-time requirements. And, not to lend too much credence to the minimum expectation, if you set the bar at 12, most students will shoot for 12. And so they'll actually finish their 4-year degree in 5 years rather than the 4. In Tennessee, everything we have done since 2010 is to incent efficient, expedited push to degree. Get students in, marry up access and opportunity, but drive them, with student-centered programs and policies towards persistence to degree. One of the things that the UT system has done very effectively, starting with UT Knoxville and then with similar programs, although not as comprehensive, at UT Martin and UT Chattanooga, was to start either the 15 to finish at Memphis. Martin, it's called SOAR, and down in Chattanooga, it's UTC in 3 or degree in 3, some iteration of that. When you enroll as a student there, you're going to pay for 15 semester hours. That's what the tuition model is based on. You're not required to take 15 for full time, but you are required to pay for it. It's amazing when someone has to pay for 15, they're probably going to take 15 or close to it, and they have seen that. The average number of hours per semester taken for students has crept up from the 12, 13 hour range all the way up into the 15 and higher tuition range. So what does this really do for a student? Well, if you think about it, you can save 1 year of cost of attendance on the back end of a 4-year degree program. You're talking about $25,000. That's not including the opportunity cost of missing out on a year of employment should you take 5 years instead of 4. This is probably not going to be perfect for every student, but incenting, that expedited push to degree is a worthwhile incentive to lay in front of students. Whether that means, we kind of encourage students to pay for 15, even if they only take 12, that may or may not be the right way to go. It has worked, at UT. Blanket across the system, I'm not sure. I think the model is probably different at a 2-year institution. But something along those lines, recognizing that, it's not just enough to lay out the pathway It's not just enough to incent with career opportunities on the backside. Sometimes we have to actually push students and do some of the expediting for them. That is really what's behind 15 to Finish. I think there's a lot of space to modify this and drive it into a policy mode for the 2-year institutions and across a broader array of the 4-year schools.
And the good thing about those commission members is that you all don't have to answer those questions. It's not, you all are not in a place where you have to figure out very technically how all that comes together. But in terms of making a recommendation to say, hey, this ought to be the norm, and we're going to save people from doing 6 years of school to get a 4-year degree, it's low-hanging fruit. I just got a text from Elizabeth Tullo. She's the one who takes care of us. You know, she's our communications person, and she was talking about the reverse transfer situation. That's exactly what she did with Motlow State and MTSU. So as she's listening to it, she's texted me. And I tried to get her to talk, but she didn't want to. So I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Lou, in one of our future meetings, I'd like for you to talk a little bit more about stackable credentials. It's not something that I hear that's really happening across Tennessee right now. But if I think about the survey responses that we heard from Jared earlier and what Dr. Torrance just shared with us, it strikes me that that's a really big opportunity for students that have uncertainty. So if hopefully, God forbid, we're going through another pandemic as we're going through right now, or if we have natural disasters, what are the different ways for us to be thinking about helping students still get their credentials, but not necessarily having to require them to go to 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 years of school, but being able to do so in partnership with business over a period of time? I'd be curious. I think it would be valuable for us as a commission to understand more about that. I personally would like to learn about it. So.
Well, let me tell you, you just called me to the pulpit. One of the things, and God bless Chair Lady Gresham for this. She really helped drive this conversation over the last couple of years. We have invested a significant amount of effort in the stacked credential space. Although I'd like for us to rethink that language and think about integrated credential, because with integrated credentials, all of a sudden you take out this linear notion that we need to start with, the lowly certificate and then build on it towards the 4-year degree. It's not quite that way anymore. There is a space in which someone who is in an established career, has a bachelor's degree or a master's degree, needs something that the TCAT has to offer, which brings a value add to their employer or even to their own personal resume, their CV. And so this is absolutely a conversation for maybe that November meeting when we're talking in the higher ed space. It's a very rich conversation to have. There's actually a lot going on in Tennessee. It's just not very standardized and it's not very broadcast. But it's definitely a conversation worth having and would love to moderate that for sure. The final thing on our list here, and something that Nathan's already kind of touched on, is perhaps the benefits of a common application. And I think that there are, many benefits to that. I know that UT is considering a universal application for their institutions. It may be a little bit more complicated across TBR, just because of, just the disparate circumstances and communities that they serve. Same for our locally governed institutions, like Memphis and Tech and Austin P and so forth. But the idea of dual admissions, though, is I think rich territory for thinking through some recommendations. There's just no business model argument against the idea of a community college student or even a TCAT student not to be dually admitted to a 2 or 4 year institution. Neither institution loses anything by a student being dually enrolled, but having access to the resources across both institutions, having the sense of community and identity as a 2-year, a TCAT, or a 4-year institution student, those are the things that keep students enrolled, even when faced with hardships, even faced with obstacles, because you give them, this kind of longitudinal goal, this direction that, my time in a TCAT is not limited to, or my time in education is not limited to my time at TCAT New Bern, because I'm going to roll on to UT Martin right after this, or I'm going to go over to Dyersburg, and from Dyersburg, then I'm going to go to UT Martin. And so thinking about this kind of bigger, embedding students into these different sectors simultaneously and creating programs, to your point, Commissioner Scarlett, these integrated credentials, I think it's going to be key to keeping students in, keeping students moving forward.
Lou, along those lines, going back to what John Bailey was saying, we were primarily talking about K-12 and talking about John, but as you're describing, doesn't matter where you're necessarily enrolled. There's this idea of having great teachers that might be able to teach in the virtual environment. So if you're living in Hancock County and don't have access to any sort of local post-secondary institution at all, and hopefully you have internet service, but you've got you then still have access to the great teachers. Maybe you're working with a professor that's in Dyersburg for all we know, or maybe you're working with someone from Motley State, or having a variety of different types of access. Because as you're describing that, you're still talking about a physical location. So I wonder if we think about different ways of enabling access. John?
Lou, you just said something that triggered a thought. I think we lose a lot of kids in Tennessee Promise after the first semester or the second semester, especially in the community college. Would that be a fair statement? An accurate statement?
I think we lose students, period, in the first semester, second semester.
Yeah. So I would love for, and I may be off base, I would love for us to look at a bridge from the community college to the TCAT. I think we have a lot of kids that go because they just don't know what else to do. But like I say, Yolanda's already figured out I'm a big fan. But I don't know that all of our kids understand that. I just wonder if we can find some support to get them to that credentialing, even if they aren't successful on a college campus.
And if I could add, at a TCAT, and I appreciate you. I'm doing happy hands right now. I love it. But one of the things is there's a misconception about the TCAT in general, I think, that needs to be changed on the advantages of attending a technical college. And when we talked earlier about placement, we're required to place our students. It's not an option. It's part of our accreditation. We're held accountable for completion and licensure. So credentialing is what we do and what we do best. So the alignment between TCATs and community colleges and universities should be universal if we teach students first. And I hear that from everyone. If we continue to think about the students per se more than the institution, I think we'll all win in the end.
And where does that lead? Listen to that. If you think about it, also the high schools, right? I mean, where this is working the best is where you have the co-location, right? Now, it doesn't mean you don't explore everything that be done online, but where you've got a TCAT here, a high school here, and a community college right there, my gosh, the biggest obstacle to getting people, I mean, this is what you call the middle college model, right? Your 11th and 12th grade, you're also pursuing your other credentials. Now, the school systems don't lose money, all right? But when you walk out across the stage and you're walking out with your TCAT credential, with that associate's degree taken care of, the places where that works are where they are put next to each other. Because K-12, you have court cases that say you got to bus everybody. Well, there's no court cases saying anybody has to get bused to a TCAT or a community college. So if you put those locations right next to where the high school is, then the students are automatically there. The students that are coming out of that high school are at the same time coming out of the community college, at the same time coming out of the TCAT. And they are able to make a living there. They don't have to move to Nashville. They don't have to move to Knoxville or Memphis. They can make a living there because you folks in the TCATs are extraordinary about matching the credentials and the programs that you have to exactly what is needed in that area. It's a huge deal.
Go Yolanda, go Yolanda. I think, along the same line, kind of a different view of this, again, I'm going back to what John Bailey was talking about earlier as far as kind of financial incentives. TCAT, to your point, Yolanda, is focused on outcomes, not necessarily inputs, so there's a balance of that. K-12 is not. K-12 is set up on inputs from a revenue standpoint, right? So what if there was a change? What if it was focused more on outcomes versus inputs, or a balance of both in a way that could be equitably distributed? So just further things for us to explore, right? Yeah. Lou, is there anything else you'd like to share with us today? Thank you so much. At this, we're half an hour over time, and two more things that I want to make sure to put on everyone's radar. One is, well, first of all, Lou, thank you very much for sharing that, and Nathan as well. And both of you continue to provide a lot of support to this commission, and I cannot tell you how grateful I am for your continued support in the effort that we have set forth in our moonshot, as I'm now adopting. Two things that are coming up that I think are important to put in the back of your head. One is a special meeting to discuss the consultant scope. So be expecting that sooner than later. The second one is the Education Recovery and Innovation Commission is confirmed to present in front of the House Administration Committee on February 24th at 3:30. Each and every one of you is welcome to join. It'll be at the Cordell Hull building in Nashville. I know for sure I will be there, Nathan will be there, and I believe Joey's going to be there, and I heard maybe Marie might be there, so we'll see. But all of you are welcome. If you would like to join, which I really would love to see all of you in person, but also I think it'd be valuable for the House to see all of your faces. Please follow up with Nathan, and he can make you guys connected with the appropriate what's needed in that case.
And to be clear, Casey Griffin on our staff has been working this morning to arrange some parking. So I don't know how overly successful it will be, but he's been back and forth with those folks to at least be able to arrange that. But if you can't make it, it'll all be live streamed anyway.
So yes, you're welcome to get online and watch the show. So with that, we are adjourned 31 minutes over. I cannot tell you how much I appreciate the time and energy today, and please reach out to Nathan with questions, and I look forward to our next gathering. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.